Okay. Is there anyone in the other room who have signed up to speak and have not spoken yet? Can you come down so we can just get a show of hands? We want to try to get you, if we can, get you guys in. And then go complete remote from this point on. So we're just trying to find out.
We can get you guys home. And Zoom is good.
Zoom is good. So,
Those are awesome.
okay, I'm sorry. Next up, Georgette. Followed by George Austin.
Good evening. We're all up late. I actually had to call out of work to be here. I go to work at midnight. So I'm going to first start with the testimony from my son. His homework happened to, in his geography book of all things, end up on the Declaration of Independence. And he would like to remind everyone here that our rights are secured through our government and by our consent, and that he does not consent. I can't believe I'm saying this. He also would like to point out that we have the right to establish a different government if our government doesn't serve us. So he would like to know what recourse there is for people who vote on unconstitutional laws that infringe upon his rights and, well, everybody else's. Is there any, just so I can go back with an answer, please, what is the recourse for if knowingly and witfully we have representatives who vote for legislation that violates the Constitution, which they swore an oath to? Is there any punishment for that? Please, it's not me, it's my son. I have to go back with an answer. Do you have an answer, sir? Is there any punishment or recourse for when members of a legislative body decide to vote on and present through laws that violate the Constitution? Yes, because my son wanted me to. Unfortunately, he went home, he was very tired. And he wants to know what happens to representatives when they violate their oath to uphold the Constitution and pass laws without consent.
Yep, I'll do that real quick. So the Connecticut's set up the same way as the federal government is. We have three separate but equal branches of government. A finding of constitutionality is a finding that a court has to make. So when the legislature passes a law, if the law is deemed unconstitutional by a separate but equal branch, the judicial branch, that law is then null and void. The individuals who voted for it don't face any recourse because at the moment in time, while it may be your opinion or the opinion of people who voted against that bill that's unconstitutional, that as a finding of fact has to be made by the judicial branch. And that's how our government's worked pretty much since 1791.
So
That's all.
And
Response also.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in addition to what Representative Howard said, before any bills come before the legislature, there is an office of attorneys on the 5th floor of this building. They're called the Legislative Commissioner's Office, and they are tasked with generally making sure that we do not try to pass a bill that is unconstitutional. It's not perfect though, as the good representative spoke to.
a homeschool co-op, like field trip to go learn from them?
Probably, yeah.
That would be amazing.
Sure. Sure.
Once a year, I do a navigating the Connecticut legislature PowerPoint, and I will be more than happy to do that by Zoom for all of you.
Thank you. And Representative Howard, you're not even from my district. I don't even know who my representative is because we just moved to Southington now. You, sir?
No.
No,
Representative
okay.
Valencia.
Thank you.
So
Okay.
let's get through this test.
So back
first.
to testimony. Sorry, that
I've
was
been here
not
for
even
13
mine. That was my
hours.
son's. He wanted to piggyback. So my statement,
So
testimony
at this
actually.
point, can you like summarize?
Yeah, is basically that I have family that's been here since the 1600s, and I'm also part native. And we fought in every war, basically, since the Revolution. And these are pictures from my great uncle who fought in Germany. He did reconnaissance, and he went through seeing people brought into the camps and afterward was able to talk to them, since he spoke fluent German, to help them to get out of the camps and free them. And it started in little incremental steps. That Mr. Levine there, the older man with no children who will not be affected, and doesn't work in any department of education. Let's strike his testimony as useless and needless.
So can you please
His
summarize,
statement
Georgette?
is that
Because
I think we need to look at whether or not our government is metastasizing, because if he's saying that this is the first step in incremental of overseeing homeschoolers and not allowing people to homeschool by state laws, basically, I'm wondering, where do we have a stop before we go down that path?
okay, thank you. Any questions for Georgette?
I'm looking for an
Representative
answer.
Zelinski.
Just the final piece of the answer as far as your recourse. Connecticut is one of the states that does not have a recall option for elected officials. I do know of one legislator who's put in a bill for a recall option in every single one of the 14 sessions he's worked in. I think he looks like me. And it has never once been, it just winds up in the circular file in that particular committee every year. It never even gets discussed.
Thank you. I just find it very sad that my family set up this system of government, and now I have to come here, losing hours of work and representing my children, myself, and many other people who have concerns about how this would metastasize into something far greater than just asking for portfolios. And honestly, I keep all my records, and I reached out to my superintendent of schools to meet with them if they needed to verify any information without it
Thank
being
you.
a law. So I just want you guys to really think about history, and also homeschooling has been part of Connecticut's history throughout, since Nathan Hale set up his own school.
Thank you, Georgette.
So
We have
please
to move-
correct it. It's not from 1980, it's from the 1600s.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have George Austin, who, excuse me?
All right, George Austin's a constituent and homeschool advisor is here to deliver his speech from the 2nd Congressional District.
My name is Alex Daw. I am 9 years old. I have only ever been homeschooled. If I was in public school, I would be in 3rd grade. I am currently working through a 5th grade math curriculum. I have taken Spanish for the last 2 years, and I love reading. I love to play with my friends, and I have a lot of time to do that because I do only a few hours of school each day. I also love to travel with my family. I have been to 16 countries. Last year, we went to Eastern Europe. We went to Czechia, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, and Austria, and we learned about communism. In Europe last fall, I spent a week in Paris with my mom, and I was able to see the Mona Lisa in person. After studying the work of Leonardo da Vinci, I also saw the other many historical sites in Paris. I like the Louvre, and I can tell you all about the French Revolution and Napoleon Bonaparte. Another thing I love about homeschooling is that I don't have to sit at a desk all day. I am a very busy kid. I love to ride my bike, climb trees. If I was forced to sit at a desk, I would be very bored. But because I am homeschooled, my mom lets me rollerblade around the living room while reciting my multiplication facts or doing my spelling test, and climb a tree while reading my book. I am safe, my friends are safe. We are loved and we are thriving. One of the best parts of last year that many Fridays, my mom, my sister, and I would go to our local food pantry and prepare bags of food to take to our local public schools. We made over 100 bags each week, and we were told that many of those kids do not have food security. So the bags we made were for them. We would be the only food they would have. Over 100 bags just in my city alone. My question to you is this: what are you doing about those kids? Are you taking care of them? Are you making sure they are safe? I promise you, all of my homeschool friends are safe, and we are happy, and we are getting a really great education. I am asking you that you remember what I am saying when you vote on this bill. Leave our homeschool alone and oppose HB 45468.
Thank you. Did a great job, young man. Got a lot of frequent flyer miles too, I believe. Cool. Representative Lefkow.
Thank you. Thank you for
Does anybody
coming.
have any questions?
I do. I do. Thank you for coming. Have you ever seen Napoleon's hat? Did you ever get a chance to see it?
I think so.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really cool. And I learned that he wasn't really short. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they made him look short.
He wore high heels.
Yes. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that, but thank you. I appreciate you coming and staying.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Mhm.
All right. I'm gonna take the liberty to do something that's gonna make some people upset. I'm gonna try to get some of you guys who are in here out. So is number 173 Leela Peterson here? Leela, come on up. Good, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here to urge this committee to vote no on this legislation. I homeschooled my two daughters for 4 years during the mask mandate. They went back to school the day after the mask mandate was lifted, and everything has been just fine. But in the event that there's another mask mandate, I'm going to be pulling my girls out of school until they can go back to school appropriately dressed. And this raises concern because now, unfortunately, there was DCF involvement in my family with my stepsons who are now adults. Would I be flagged by the state? Who knows? We don't know where this data is going to go. We don't know, what they can construe as an emergency. We need to investigate this family. There's no established framework for, can DCF get involved if a parent withdraws their child? And I also have a unique experience. I worked for 7 years as an American with disabilities, an advocate for Americans with disabilities. I helped them in the DCF process for 7 years. So I've seen the inside of many courtrooms in the DCF court, and I helped families deal with DCF. And the families that are most targeted are really the natural-minded families who don't go with, the vaccine schedule, also known as the infant drug schedule. If they don't comply with every single vaccine, often a zealous doctor will call, and now they have an investigation. So I had 2 home births. DCF was pounding at my door 6 weeks later. And it's these kinds of families that I'm concerned about. They are very vulnerable to DCF involvement. The natural-minded families, the families who don't follow status quo. And so, with a framework like in this legislation, it might seem like a light touch. Oh, it's just a check-in. Oh, if you're not abusive, you're fine. But in 3 years, we'll be back here again with tighter restrictions on this, where rights are just being chipped away, like a death from 1,000 cuts. That's how these bills are they just evolve over time or devolve over time, where people like us who are natural minded and don't really follow the government protocol, the democratic way. And it just leaves families like this very vulnerable. And that's why I'm urging this committee to vote no, and please don't let this vote out of committee. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Leela.
Thank you.
All right, so now children that are supposed to testify that haven't testified yet. Any children who haven't testified? Yes. All right, now, Chicago Cubs, you've been here all day. You had that little guy. Are you testify? You're good. Okay. All right. All right. All the children been taken care of. All right. All right. Sarah Cruz. Sarah Cruz.
Yes. Trying to figure.
Sarah?
Hello?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know. There's my video. Okay. Can you see me?
Yes.
I don't know.
You're up.
Is it right to start?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So good evening. My name is Sarah Cruz, and I am a former homeschool student. I am also educated as a chemist. I was homeschooled in states with minimal oversight and experienced physical abuse, leaving me with bruises, severe psychological abuse, isolation, medical neglect, differential treatment based on my gender, and educational neglect. At 18, I had less than a 12th grade education and spent years in adulthood making up academic deficits. Oversight would have given me a fair chance to reach my potential without years of struggling. I am neither a Democrat or a Republican. I support homeschooling, and I support homeschooling oversight. I support HB 5468 to ensure homeschooled children cannot disappear and to protect them from severe educational neglect. Homeschooling oversight must be implemented not because of the children that have testified today, but because of the empty chairs present in the room today. The homeschooled children who are currently neglected and abused are not in the room today. HB 5468 is a reasonable step forward to protect children. I urge you to pass this bill, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Great job. Next up, we have Carlton Newell, followed by Austin McCaslin. Please be prepared. Carlton Newell, followed by Austin McCaslin. All right, Austin, you're up.
Oops. Hello. Let me pull it up.
So,
Are you able to hear me?
yes.
Okay. Dear members of the committee, I respectfully submit this testimony in opposition of HB 5468. I am a doctorally prepared nurse practitioner, dual certified in psychiatric mental health and family practice, as well as a college educator. In my clinical practice, I regularly provide primary care and mental health med management for homeschooled children and adolescents and consistently observe them to be academically engaged, socially connected, and developmentally healthy. Research suggests homeschooling may protect a student's mental health. Studies have found youth suicide rates increase during the school year and decline during school holidays. For a subset of vulnerable students, homeschooling can literally save a child's life. In a national study, homeschooled adolescents had the lowest rates of several mental health related variables and treatment rates compared with other groups. Sample size 52,000, roughly 800 homeschoolers. The previously cited CARTA study, which only included 76 homeschoolers and not thousands, as reported in earlier testimony, did also find that homeschoolers had superior mental health associated outcomes. Clinically, I have witnessed this impact. Homeschooling functions as an important socioeconomic equalizer and promotes educational equity. Families who do not have access to quality education can still provide an individualized and rigorous education at home. In my clinical practice, I have cared for several pediatric patients who became the first generation in their family to complete an associate's degree while still of high school age thanks to homeschooling. This bill is not data driven. Negative outcomes, sometimes it's attributed to homeschooling, are often mischaracterized, sometimes conflating homeschooled children versus truant children. In addition, the small number of tragic cases frequently referenced over the past 2 decades already involved DCF. Yet cases were not escalated. The appropriate response is improved DCF training so caseworkers can better distinguish between abuse and neglect versus healthy family environments. This bill is not free from harm. The bill places unnecessary burden on DCF. Broad referrals of homeschooled families would divert already limited resources away from children who need protection. It also would inevitably result in errant referrals and investigative errors, which can cause significant family stress and lifelong trauma in the event of unnecessary separation. A DCF correspondence is also redundant because students with an active DCF case already have caseworkers with ROIs, allowing for communication between their school and DCF as well as communication with their healthcare providers. This bill will negatively impact outcomes of public school children. Expecting public school systems to supervise thousands of individualized homeschool programs is both unrealistic and an added burden to Connecticut public schools. Public schools are already facing serious challenges, including poor proficiency rates and recurrent scandals involving grooming and sexual abuse of students, with 60 Connecticut teachers or staff being arrested in the last decade for sexual crimes against students. If the goal is to protect children and improve education statewide, policy efforts would be better directed towards strengthening DCF training and improving educational and safety outcomes within existing school systems. Homeschooling allows many Connecticut children to thrive academically, socially, and personally, and this bill risks undermining that success without addressing the real challenges facing the state. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to oppose HB 5468. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Next up, I'm going to take the liberty, because I see some Thomas Set that's still here. I think it's 2 more that's left. So Heidi, come on up. And then after that, the last Thomas Set will be Robertus. And then you guys can make it home.
I'm Heidi Tomascheit. These are my 4 children, Olivia, Clara, Jacob, and Philip. They keep me on my toes. I have a PhD in German language and literature. I taught at Trinity College in Hartford before I had children. Our family moved from Sweden to the US 13 years ago. All my children were born in Sweden. Please ask me about that. We should all really, really treasure living in the US. It's amazing here. It's amazing that people care about their government and that they speak up. Please don't take that for granted. We moved here so that we could homeschool. Since my husband is German, we wanted a fully German English education for our children, a bilingual education that's not possible in public schools. First, I wanted to make 2 brief points that haven't been made. First, the written testimony of the Coalition for Responsible Home Education makes an error that I think is very telling. It paints homeschoolers as extremists who, and I quote, have a theological conviction that parents hold an absolute divine right to control their children in service of religious ends. This is libel. It displays reckless disregard for truth. It makes homeschooling parents out to be power-hungry, cult-like figures out to dominate and use their children through religion. Does that ring true? It's a commonplace recognized by people in all times and cultures that parents, more than anyone else in the world, are the ones that are most likely to love their children and to have their children's best interests at heart. We homeschooling parents aren't extremists. We come in all different stripes. Some of us are religious, some of us are not, some of us are liberal, some are conservative. We're connected to the people around us. We know our neighbors. We're in community organizations, and we take our children all over the place. They're so visible. But let me address an elephant in the room. Are we allowed to have faith in God in this country without being labeled as extremists? Where are we, in communist China, in the former Soviet Union? I'm a Christian. Since when does my allegiance to Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior constitute grounds for suspicion? This is a faith that urges me to love my neighbor, care for the needy, pursue justice, and this country was founded on principles of pluralism and religious freedom. Do we want to get rid of that? Do we want to get rid of diversity? And my second point is, since my career focused on the use of language, there's a second issue that alarms me that I must point out. DCF has decided upon new language to link homeschoolers and child abusers, and they create a larger category called homeschoolers, in which they lump both homeschoolers and child abusers. They're now distinguished only by the adjectives purposeful and non-purposeful. You heard it correctly. They call child abuse non-purposeful homeschooling. This is outrageous. To conclude, please drop this language and defend Connecticut citizens. If you do, we'll know we can trust you to represent us faithfully. And if you don't, well, this is the US. We'll do our best to vote you out.
Thank you. Thank you, Heidi, and thank you for your testimony. You did a great job. I love when you heard that bell. You'll, no, I don't have any questions for you. I think I heard from the whole clan. We got one more to come up next time. You had a question? Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on.
Sorry, Senator McCrory.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. It was quite impressive. I just wondered if you could just speak briefly about your children, what ages they are and what they're doing academically at this moment in time.
13, 15, 17, and just turned 20.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that today. Is there anything else that you didn't get to say about homeschooling that you wanted to share?
I think we should treasure the chance to have the liberties we do here. When I was a child, I was public school educated, and I wrote essay after essay for a contest called Freedom, Our Most Precious Heritage. Same topic every year. I hated the topic. The same topic every year. In my senior year, I won a $5,000 prize, an international prize, and I got to travel to this Optimist convention. And I still didn't understand it. I get it now. It is our most precious heritage. Just live somewhere else for a while where rights are removed and nobody says anything, or the country doesn't even have a constitution. Please treasure these rights and please protect them. Listen to us, because that is really a very precious thing that we hold in common.
Thank you. I think we have, yes, Representative Bilinski.
Heidi, your view, your worldview, it's inspiring that looking at the United States from a different view, you have such a love of this country and you want so badly to have the rights and not be called an extremist for being a Christian. You really do get it. And your kids are amazing. So thank you so much. I don't have a question. I'm just absolutely blown away. So thank you so much.
So glad to be here.
Thank you. I think we got one last family member. Come on up.
Yes, sir. I'm right here. You've already seen me in this seat. I was wearing a slightly better shirt, but I'm the same guy. I'm Philip Tomascheit, and I'm reading for my dad, Hubertus Tomascheit, who's a German. He's on a business trip, and he's asleep right now because he's in a different time zone.
No, I can hear you. I'm still in the meeting, actually. I don't know if I stayed up, even though I got up at 4 a.m. this morning.
Okay, forget it. You could just read it. Okay.
Okay, if everybody can hear me. Yeah, I'm a dual German and American citizen. I have a PhD in engineering, and I'm an entrepreneur who came to Connecticut 13 years ago. With my previous company, I created employment for highly skilled engineering jobs in Connecticut. And one of the main reasons for bringing my family to Connecticut was the educational freedom of homeschooling. We lived in Sweden before, exactly at the time when homeschooling was made almost illegal, almost impossible there. Originally, I'm from Germany. And in Germany, homeschooling was made illegal in the 1930s by the Nazi Party. And they made homeschooling illegal because the Nazis saw parents as obstacles. Removing the influence of the parents meant Nazis could more easily indoctrinate children with their ideology. So with that historical background, any restriction to homeschooling is obviously has an odd taste to it. Unfortunately, after World War II, Germany had other priorities than reversing these laws. So homeschooling was never common in Germany. And by now, that history of why and when it was forbidden is almost forgotten. For me, that meant actually that it took me a bit of time for me to fully recognize the benefits of homeschooling. Since I did not know about it in Germany, I had no strong opinion about it. However, this changed after experiencing the benefits of it, which are obvious after seeing the development of our 4 children with those freedoms. Our children have had an immense benefit from homeschooling. They are fully bilingual German-English, which is difficult to achieve when they are in school. They just don't get enough time of the other language. They enjoy learning tremendously, and that is something that is quite rare for students in public school. All of them play 2 to 3 different musical instruments well enough to play Mozart string quartets together at home. They are articulate and well-spoken. I think you've seen them today, and so there's not much to say about it. So I would simply like to say, please vote no to HB 5468. It's a completely unmotivated restriction to homeschooling freedoms based on weird prejudices about homeschooling families. Thank you very much. That's all for my.
Thank
Myself.
you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to your whole family. And thank you so much. The best part about this is that we got you from Dad. I think that's awesome. And just, you know, if we're going to be here late, we might as well be entertained. So this has really been great. I would like to know which one of you guys is the viola player.
Me by default.
Oh, me too. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Really great to see you here.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys, you guys can go home now. I'm going back to 176, Art Khalif.
I was nervous before, but I can't believe I have to follow a Tumashite. 2 Tumashites. My daughter's a pen pal with one of the Tumashites, and we sincerely hope that she picks up a Swedish accent and some of the fiery spirit. So my name is Art Khalif. I'm a homeschooling father. I grew up here in Connecticut. I was homeschooled, actually. So was my wife. We homeschool 9 of our 9 kids, and we very much enjoy it. I know hundreds, maybe even thousands of homeschoolers myself. All kinds of homeschoolers. I am a leader in the homeschooling community here in Connecticut. I'm I'm on the board of directors of the Education Association of Christian Homeschoolers in Connecticut. You might know it as Teach CT. So I have quite a bit of knowledge of homeschooling here in Connecticut, but I wouldn't say I'm the expert in the room. There's so much expertise, even here in the room now. There's so much that's been in this building today. So really we've come to this discussion with a lot of knowledge, a lot of context. And I really appreciate you guys listening and staying so late to hear some of that. There was a fellow that came a couple spots back that got some laughs from the gallery behind me. But 2 things he said were dead right. This day's testimony has been very educational, and that this bill is just a baby step. There's a lot more to come. We fully understand that. We believe there's a bunch of loopholes in the bill. I personally believe they were left there on purpose. And then later there'd be a mop-up bill to clear up those loopholes, fill them in. It's one of the gun bills down the hall today was a mop-up bill to fill in loopholes that were left in an original bill from a couple of years ago. And we believe that's what will happen here. Another supposed expert that testified talked about or tried to give some data, but was pretty vague. There is a lot of actually good data from actual nationwide experts that have been researching homeschooling for 40 years. One of them is the estimate of number of students. I think this is really important for all of you to understand the number of homeschooling students. We have an estimate of 39,000 homeschooling students in Connecticut. And from research that I can do on our educational websites here, we estimate the private schools at 60,000 combined, and then divided by number of districts, that's 656 affected students for every representative. And it's, let me look this up, 2,750 affected students for every senator in the room. If they're evenly distributed, which they're not, but it's an assumption.
All right, can you
So-
please summarize?
Yes, sure. We strongly oppose this bill. I strongly oppose this bill. I think it would be a little bit of a career suicide for the reasons that I note the populations of homeschoolers in your districts. If you're in support of this bill, you're going to anger a lot of homeschoolers for all the reasons that have been talked about today, and you're going to hear even more. But yeah, thank you for your time. I really appreciate you hearing this.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Art? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you today for your testimony. Full disclosure, your father-in-law is Representative Mark DiCaprio, who testified earlier, and he's very proud of his family, so thank you for being here. So the proponents of this bill would argue that they're not trying to take homeschooling away from you, and you say what would you say to that? Because they're going to say, well, we're not trying to take homeschool away from you. We just want to have oversight, this equivalent education theme. And you say the intrusion is?
Yeah, we understand you're not trying to take it away. We believe that you're trying to control it. The current statute is called the duty of parents. And we understand that it is our duty and our responsibility to control, to regulate our homeschooling personally as parents, and to do the best we know how to do for our children. And we believe that you are, as a legislative body, are trying to step into that position and control how we do our job. And we don't believe that's right. So yeah, we understand you're not trying to take it away, you're trying to control how we do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well said. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hayes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Art, thank you so much for being here and bringing your family. And thank you for the education you're giving your children. You come up here so often, so many times, about so many different issues that we're dealing with, but your children are learning this, even the littlest ones. So really just appreciate seeing you all the time, and it's been great knowing you. You're no longer my constituent because of the redistricting, but I still consider you my constituent. So thank you again so much, and best to your family.
Yeah, I brought my 9 children here today. They were here all day. And they enjoyed it for the most part. 2 of them testified. They really appreciate learning this process. It's a real privilege for them to actually be a part of it. They wanted to testify. So yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for giving them a good reception when they showed up earlier this morning.
Representative?
Thank you. I just have a really quick question. When you were mentioning the numbers before, the estimate of 39,000, the other estimate of 60,000 across the state as far as private school is concerned, what kind of impact, if this bill were to go forward, do you think that this would have on the towns and the taxes that they would be paying for their education?
That's actually a great question. And part of the reason that I gave these numbers was that a lot of the towns, I think, don't understand the populations of homeschoolers in their town and therefore the impact of something like this. I mean, you can do the math of if you divide the 99,000 affected students that I just talked about by the 69 towns, or I think it's a smaller number of districts, but you're going to have something like, I don't know, 500 students or more that the towns are not going to have to track. I mean, obviously that's if they're evenly distributed, which they're not. Some towns are going to have a lot more than that. That now they're part of this bill establishes essentially a database. Every district is going to have its own database of these affected students that they're now going to have to keep track of, to assess, to take care, do the administrative process of processing intent forms and continuation of education forms, and then all the follow-up, trying to track down. I don't know if you guys have tried to track down homeschoolers. It's rough. So, when your homeschooler drops off the map, maybe moves to another town or something, these schools are, per the language of this law, are going to be tasked with trying to track them down, trying to contact them, and that's going to be a big administrative load.
And in addition to that, what kind of impact do you think integrating the children into the 2 classes and after-school sports would have on local schools?
From what I heard, the superintendents aren't really a fan of that. From what I understand, many of the students, homeschooling students, aren't interested, at least in the classes. A few would be. Sports, certainly I could see there being an interest in that. But for the most part, it's not worth it. And that's the opinion of most of the senior homeschooling or veteran homeschooling population, is that it's not worth it. The strings that are going to be attached, the oversight that it's going to be required, the number. I mean, somebody mentioned God forbid you took the prime position on a team, and the poor public school parents would lose their minds.
Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you, Senator. I'll be quick. I have a 5th grader, and so if I decide tomorrow to withdraw my 5th grader from school, is it accurate to say that? Is it accurate to present your view is that once my student is withdrawn, that's the extent of the contact that they should have from the local school district or anyone else?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your response. Go back to who? 170. 174, Carlton Newell. Carlton,
Yes, I'm here.
you're up.
Okay, thank you for coming back to me. Some technical difficulty earlier. First of all, I would just like to thank the committee members for sticking it out today and allowing those of us testifying later in the evening to be heard. I know it's been a long day for all of us, committee members, and to those of us that have been juggling between multiple committees, trying to hear and present testimony. It's rather unfortunate that these 3 committee meetings were scheduled on the same day and time. I'd like to think that that wasn't deliberate. I am right. My name is Carlton Newell, as already stated. I'm from Windham, Connecticut. I am giving testimony to state my strong opposition to House Bill 5468. My wife and I homeschooled our 3 children that are adults now. Families choose to homeschool and seek alternative education, the public education system, for a multitude of reasons which have already been stated today. I won't belabor that point. To presume parental guilt or neglect for following the dictates of their conscience and efforts to do best by their children is insulting, to say the least. Neither of the cases cited, the 32-year-old man held captive, nor Mimi Torres, neither of these cases that are being used to justify this most recent attack were instances of a failure of homeschooling, despite what multiple headlines stated soon after these tragedies. Rather, they were the result of failures of state agencies, including DCF and the Department of Education. To require referrals to these agencies when a child is removed from public education is poor judgment and planning, as these agencies have already demonstrated that they are overwhelmed and unable to appropriately address known or suspected cases of neglect or abuse. I would challenge the state instead to invest their energy to examine changes needed within these agencies and ensure that those changes are instituted. Additionally, the Department of Education has already stated that it would be illegal for them to follow the tenets of this bill, and multiple superintendents have also spoken out. Surely, if there was that big of an issue and concern, these bodies would be in support. Fran, who spoke earlier for the Connecticut Association of Superintendents, continuously mentioned that additional resources would be needed. We can translate that to mean increased taxes on a population that's already under an incredible tax burden. Once again, I would stress to the state that it would be much more appropriate to use those resources to institute change within governmental agencies that are already overburdened. To institute quote unquote equivalent education standards for the children of families subject to this legislation is unfair and punitive, as it would hold them to arguably a higher standard than those in public education at a time when test scores are at an all-time low and standards are consistently lowered within public education.
Alton, will you please summarize?
Yes. I'd also like to mention there have been multiple lawsuits lately for students that have graduated from public education that can't read or write. As I mentioned, my wife and I homeschool our 3 children. They're all adults now. My youngest is 21. My oldest is, if my math is correct, 29 now. They've both done very well since high school. My oldest 2 were given the option and went to public high school. My youngest, after seeing what they went through in the public high school system, wanted no part of that and chose to continue homeschooling. At 21 years old, she's a licensed insurance agent, has done very well for the training, and is very well respected in her office. My oldest child had a love for learning prior to going into the public education system, and unfortunately, due to teachers that, to be gracious, probably had no business teaching, that love of learning was killed, and he is just now rekindling that in his late 20s.
In summary?
Yes, that is all that I have to say. Once again, I strongly oppose this and express my thanks to the members of the committee for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Carlton. Next up, we have Christine Demu, followed by Stephanie Cutter.
No.
Christine?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Great. My name is Christine Damu, and I'm from Easton, Connecticut. I'm speaking in opposition to HB 5468. I grew up in Guilford, Connecticut. I was educated in public schools. My experience was so negative that, in fact, I begged my parents to homeschool me. But they did not. Nevertheless, I was accepted to an Ivy League university. I majored in Latin. I graduated Phi Beta Kappa and magna cum laude. I have a master's degree in teaching, and I'm a certified Latin, French, and Spanish teacher. My husband is also a public school teacher. And between the 2 of us, we have taught in some of the state's highest ranking middle and high schools in Ridgefield, Wilton, Greenwich, New Canaan, Fairfield, Reading, and Amity and Woodbridge. We chose to educate our children at home from the start. This bill has multiple problems. It is a knee-jerk reaction to the tragedies in Waterbury and New Britain, tragedies that had nothing to do with homeschooling. but they point to the abject failure that is DCF. Rather than address actual problems, you're suggesting that we jettison centuries of freedom in order to virtue signal, create an undue burden on parents who homeschool. There is no evidence whatsoever to support the idea that homeschool parents need additional oversight and regulation. There is no evidence that regulating homeschooling prevents children from falling through the cracks, or that these regulations would have saved children in either tragedy. There are already laws against abuse, neglect, and murder. We do not surrender our freedoms so the state can randomly investigate law-abiding citizens without cause. My ancestors left England, came here for religious liberty, fought and died for the sake of freedom, because they did not want to be part of Europe, subject to a tyrannical government, which the citizens serve. Our government is elected by us, works for us, for the purposes of preserving our freedom and our rights, not the other way around. Our state law enshrines this right, that it's a parent's duty to educate their child, with the secondary option to cause the child to be educated. This is for a reason. The state exists to serve the people. We do not serve the state. You are concerned with child welfare and education. Can you please tell me what you are doing in response to the number of cases of child molestation in Connecticut by public school teachers, several in just the past year? Are you aware that over 30% of students in Hartford were chronically absent last year, and that there are similar numbers in all the urban districts? What are we doing about that? Are you aware that in many schools, students are given Chromebooks so they can stare at a screen in every class, while also in many districts, they have access to their phones all day, ensuring that they are completely addicted to screens by the end of childhood, that the students can use phones to easily access pornography at any time, something I witnessed personally in a middle school classroom.
Christine,
What
can you
are you
please
doing about
summarize?
that? The idea that I would be subject my children to standardized testing or submit a portfolio is ludicrous. We homeschoolers are the ones who are still teaching Dickens and Shakespeare. We haven't replaced the canon with remedial materials that are taught in public schools. Our students outperform public school students all the time. How about those chronically absent students? Why don't you care that they can't pass those tests that they want us to take? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Being none, thank you once again for your testimony. I'm going to try to get some people in here to go next. Stephanie? Stephanie?
Yes. Good evening. Good evening, Chair and committee members. Thank you for your time. My name is Stephanie Katera. I've been a business owner and homeschool parent educator for the last 11 years. I'm here to respectfully oppose HP 5468. The 1925 case of Pierce v. Society of Sisters declared the child is not the mere creature of the state. And we can all agree that children need to be protected and educated. We are here because we disagree on whose primary responsibility it is to protect and educate children. I'm here as a formerly public schooled student and as a victim of sexual assault in a public schooled situation, in addition to being bullied throughout my entire 6th grade year. Frankly, if my mom had homeschooled me, I would have been safe and I would have been protected. I never planned to homeschool my children, but when I looked at my precious little daughter when she was about to turn 5 and we were thinking about sending her to public school, my heart said nope. As a result of my public school experience, one of the many reasons we decided to homeschool was to protect my children. As homeschooling families, protecting our children is a top priority. Who better to protect our children than those who fiercely love them? Do you love my child as much as I do? Do I love your children as much as you do? Would you trust me to make decisions for your child? We not only homeschool to protect our children, but we also homeschool to provide personal, one-on-one, specialized education geared to the needs of our children. The public school cannot provide that. That privilege belongs to me because my children do not belong to the state. This law would transform homeschooling from a fundamental parental right to a conditional privilege that the government has to sign off on. For more than 100 years, the Supreme Court has consistently sided with parents on their right to control their children's education. All the way back to the 1920s, there are cases that struck down laws trying to limit educational freedom. If the vision of a few is allowed to overturn the law of the land and dismiss Connecticut's state constitution, ironically in the Constitution state, then everyone's liberties are at risk. Therefore, I urge you to vote against HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you, Stephanie, for your testimony today. I wonder if you could speak to, I take it you're around other homeschoolers as well, how you and perhaps they would feel with regard to their name being notified to DCF simply for the fact that you withdrew your children from public school.
Yes, so I've actually I have actually homeschooled in Texas and now in this area, and lots of families would be horrified if they had the government coming into their lives or the DCF coming into their lives and filing this report and assuming, I guess assuming or this presumption that potentially we are abusing our children. And I didn't share this before, but I was abused from family members, but I was public school. So the assumption that abuse and homeschool are connected is very wrong, and we shouldn't be doing that. Abuse is abuse, and it's a totally separate issue than homeschooling.
Thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, one more. You talked about your own, the physical abuse that you experienced or sexual abuse, I'm not sure which, but we know that oftentimes homeschoolers are targets of reports to DCF. If if someone were reported to DCF with an unfounded accusation and had an open case, and then the parent found out that their child were sexually assaulted or assaulted in school and wanted to pull them out, they would literally have to keep them in public school per this bill until the case was proven that the parents weren't guilty. What do you think about that piece of the bill?
I think that's frightening. That is frightening for a child to remain in a situation where they're experiencing abuse, waiting for who knows how long to be removed from an unsafe environment to a safe environment. It's just horrifying, terrifying. I would want to take my child and flee. That's what I'd want to do.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm thinking most other parents would want to do the same. Thank you for your testimony today, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Katrina Bozarsky, yeah, followed by Lacey Walker.
Thank you guys for taking the time to hear us all today. I'm 29 years old. I was a pretty good public school student, went on to an honors college program. And after hearing some of these young kids this morning, I realized my testimony that I worked very hard on was average at best compared to these young ones. So we scratched it and we started over. I want to start off by just breaking down the bill and then moving on to the strength of our community. First and foremost, we talk about equal education. We heard the young kids here today. We don't need to harp on that any further. Their leadership, their courage to come up in public speak is very inspirational, and I was embarrassed to say that I was nervous, and they seemed fine to be up here. Secondly, in the regards to safety, there is a reason that our homeschool families feel personally targeted by this bill. There are over 80,000 truant public school students, and there is no explicit legal jargon in your bill that tries to remedy this issue. The only thing that is brought up is our status in regards to DCF and public school communication. Secondly, and it's a very hard pill to swallow as a mom of 3 young girls, you can't save every single kid. No piece of paper that comes across your desk is going to stop isolated evil acts from occurring. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. To quote Representative Leeper, that this is just a tiny layer of accountability. I understand that, but your issue is a lack of good faith. I'm fairly certain that if this bill were to pass, we'll be back here next year opposing you again because you're trying to expand your bill and your oversight. I'm going to go to, there are a few questions about resources. So I wanted to speak to that briefly too. In this lovely age of technology, accessing curriculum is fairly easy. Our biggest issue is that we actually have access to too many resources. And then that's where this lovely community comes in. I'm a new homeschool mom. My oldest is only 4. And I've been welcomed and guided by my peers. Questions have always been answered. We consistently collaborate. We're a diverse group bonded by our pride and love for our kids. We critique each other, hold each other accountable, collaborate with each other. We're a strong community, and those kinds of bonds are rare in today's society. Coming here today, I'm proud to have been welcomed to this community. And I also did realize something too about my 4-year-old. She's a very brave, outspoken, I don't know why she's so social, and she's very curious. If she were with me today, she'd be talking to all of you, asking you questions about why we're here, what's going on, what's your job. And I used to say that I don't know where she came from because my husband and I do not have strong presences like that. But now I know she is as she is because she's surrounded by this community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. We're gonna go to Lacey Walker, followed by Liz Bickford. Neither? Okay. Bickford's online. Okay, Lacey Walker.
Yes, good morning. Happy Thursday.
Mhm.
Thank you all for your service. I acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional lands of the indigenous peoples who stewarded this region for generations. This place, now called Hartford, sits within the ancestral homelands of several native nations of the Connecticut River Valley. These tribal communities took pride in teaching their children how to live and work within the real-world experience of multi-generational villages. In the context of human history, what we now call a normal childhood experience is actually a very recent phenomenon, which was imposed here through colonization and industrialization. As a lifelong homeschooler, I've been part of the homeschool community since 1986. During those 40 years, I've lived in 9 US states from coast to coast. I've homeschooled my children in Colorado, Missouri, New York, and Connecticut. As both a student and a parent, I've experienced the full range of state regulation over homeschooling. Before speaking to my specific reasons for opposing this proposal for extremely high regulations here in Connecticut, I'll address the absurdly foundationless prejudice homeschoolers are facing here. Today, we heard homeschooling approached as some strange new alternative idea. We heard a young woman who grew up in the 1990s describe herself as the first generation of homeschoolers and a significant representative of homeschool alumni. Home-based education is a worldwide human tradition extending back millennia. Gathering children into narrowly categorized herds to have their minds shaped by a group of their exact age socioeconomic peers, led by an adult who may be wonderful and well-meaning or may be incompetent and abusive, cut off for most of their waking hours from their natural village, family, and the forest playground of this gorgeous state. This new artificially cloistered form of childhood has hurt a few generations of children educationally, socially, and psychologically. Homeschoolers gain nothing through increased regulations. What we lose is our precious resources of time and energy. Time and energy which could otherwise be spent on teaching and learning. Participating in regulatory practices is a useless and wasteful time suck. Those tasked with enforcing these regulations are already feeling overextended in their offices. These individuals will largely respond in one of 2 ways: expediently shuffling the new influx of paperwork in an effort to just get through the day, or taking out their personal prejudices against our ancestral way of living by making the processes as difficult as possible for us. I have experienced or witnessed both ends of this spectrum. In closing, I believe that the members of this education committee want to sleep at night feeling you helped children that day. I respect that. Please focus on helping the 500,000 Connecticut children being raised inside the system over which you preside. The statistics and the victim testimonies coming out of those institutions show that those 500,000 children very much need more time and attention to the improvement of their situation. Please do not impose burdens on our villages. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Lacey? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next up, we have Nancy Iddings, followed by Liz Bickford. Nancy, Liz.
I'm here. I'm just getting the video.
Catherine Saris, you're next after.
Can't get the video for some reason.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Liz.
Oh, okay, that's working.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for staying here late. I really appreciate you hearing all of us out. Distinguished members of the committee, my name is Liz Bickford, and I urge you to oppose HB 5468. I hold a bachelor's degree in elementary and special education and a master's degree in social work focused on children and families. I'm a former public school teacher and social worker. I volunteered with Big Brothers Big Sisters, and I interned at the Commission on Children here in Hartford to learn how the legislative process could help children and families. My entire adult life has been dedicated to helping children and families succeed however possible. This was all before I became a mother. Through those experiences, I saw repeatedly that systems that claim to help children often prevent the very help children actually need. When I was teaching, I had students from many different backgrounds. I was told I could not deviate from the designated curriculum and therefore couldn't help those kids who had a different learning style. Other students were far ahead, yet I was told to only focus on those who were behind because the ones that were ahead would be fine. But fine was never acceptable to me. Every child deserves a chance to reach their full potential. When I transitioned into social work, I saw similar problems in other systems. I worked for DEMIS with young adults transitioning out of the DCF system. While the program looked great on paper, I quickly saw that DCF and the public schools had failed these young adults who were now in need of continued services. One young man in the program had finally built the courage to apply for a job and secured an interview. On the day of the interview, the staff member responsible for transportation called out sick. I volunteered to stay overtime and drive him myself, even off the clock, but I was told I could not because I would be working outside of my union job classification. Because of that rule imposed by the union, he missed his interview and lost the opportunity he had worked so hard for. That moment reinforced something I had already seen while teaching. Systems that claim to help people can often prevent the very help those people need. When I became a mother, I never planned to homeschool. I always pictured my children attending private school. Homeschooling began out of medical necessity due to my oldest daughter's life-threatening food allergies. She could not safely attend school or daycare. Once we started learning at home, I saw the power of individualized education. My daughter was reading before age 3 and loved math so much that at 4 years old, I often had to say, "Put the math away, it's time for bed." Who has to fight with her kid to stop doing math? It was a problem I was happy to have. As my younger daughter grew, she happily joined in our daily learning, and I was able to customize lessons for her needs as well. Families like mine are quietly educating our children every day, and our success is the reason homeschooling continues to grow. Oversight from the state or local schools would recreate the same prohibitive systems I experienced throughout my career. We don't need and don't want any oversight that hinders our children's freedom to succeed. Homeschooling allows me to meet my children where they are, adapt to their needs, and help them truly thrive. As a single mother, all of my time and energy are devoted to my children. My children were given to me by God, and the responsibility for raising and educating them belongs to me, not to the state. I strongly urge you to vote no on HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you. Next up, we have Catherine. Oh, this is Catherine, I'm sorry. Peter Wolfgang.
Hi, yes, did you call my name Catherine Saris?
Yes, Catherine, you're up.
Hi. Hi, my name is Catherine Saris, and honorable members of the Education Committee. I vehemently oppose HB 4568. My first time in the legislative office building was actually as a 17-year-old testifying on a homeschool bill. That was back in the year 2000. And I was getting ready to graduate from my home education high school. My family started home educating back in 1985 in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. At that time, few people even knew what homeschooling was or certainly how to do it. My parents went to the local school board to declare their intent to home educate, and the school board asked them why, and they explained their reasons and showed some samples of curriculum they were planning to use, and that was the beginning. Due to the fact that my parents were pioneers in this area, first in Massachusetts and then in Connecticut, my father was a frequent speaker at numerous state home education conventions, such as Mass Hope in Massachusetts, Enoch in New Jersey, Teach here in Connecticut, HEAV in Virginia, CHAP in Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He and my mom shared with countless different families across very different regulations in different states, their experiences and the things that they had learned along the way. Parents, and not the state, are the first and foremost stewards of their children's welfare and education. It is tragic that there are here in the state of Connecticut cases of gross neglect and abuse, like what happened to Mimi Torres Garcia, and I mourn that event. However, if HB 5468 had been in place, it would not have helped Mimi. I went on to pursue and graduate college with a double major in history and English. I'm now in the other hearing as well. I'm now an instructor in the fine arts, and I'm grateful to regularly teach students coming from public, private, and homeschool. I, of course, am a mandated reporter because of that, and I've never encountered a situation of nefarious homeschooling. Today, public school student achievement in Connecticut is still more than half a grade level behind what it was before the pandemic. 17% of students in the public school are sexually abused. Over 17% of students in Connecticut public schools are chronically absent. Why are we looking to penalize parents who generally have had to go down to just one income in order to be able to home educate their kids, and making them guilty until proven innocent rather than address the issues in the public schools, not to mention DCF? Why was this public hearing capped? Why was this legislation developed without the input of Teach, HSLDA, or the many other home education organizations which have been around for 40 plus years in the state of Connecticut? If you are really seeking to help children in those abusive situations, you would have sought input from those who've been doing
Please
this
summarize.
and honorably for the past several decades. Please, I urge you to scrap this bill and vote no on any form of HB 5468. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions for Catherine? Seeing none. Thank you again, Catherine. Next up, Peter Wolfgang.
Senator McCrory, members of the committee, good morning. I am Peter Wolfgang, president of Family Institute of Connecticut, and I am testifying in opposition of HB 5468. HB 5468 creates serious privacy and constitutional issues. The bill allows student education records to be shared with the Department of Children and Families so the agency can review whether a parent has received services. That raises concerns about student privacy. Federal law generally protects education records and limits when they can be shared with outside agencies. Using those records to screen families who may not have any child welfare case could undermine the basic principle that student records should remain confidential. And recall as well what the Department of Education Commissioner said about the possible loss of millions of federal dollars. I am also concerned about the role given to the State Education Resource Center, or SERC, S-E-R-C, in lines 237 to 244 of the bill. Under the bill, homeschool portfolios and educational records could be shared with CERC to evaluate whether families have demonstrated equivalent instruction. CERC provides training and policy support to public schools, including programs focused on gender identity politics. Many families who choose homeschooling do so precisely because they want to provide an education consistent with their own religious or moral convictions. And having their portfolio reviewed by CERC would certainly violate that. Protecting children and supporting education are goals we all share. But HB 5468 creates new problems without clearly solving existing ones. And look, I mean, CERC, the whole point of this bill, right? Supposedly, we were told all along, was to address what happened, the tragedies in Waterbury and in New Britain. And the concern on the homeschooling side all along was that this was just a pretext. It wasn't really about addressing that. Well, how does having homeschool curriculum reviewed by this group CERC, prevent another Waterbury or New Britain? It seems to confirm the agenda that we all suspected was there. It feels like a smoking gun of some sort. This bill does not solve the problem of kids dying on DCF's watch. And so it felt like you're not even hiding it when you've got CERC in there. So I ask you again, please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the persons who testified many hours ago said there were no studies that homeschoolers outperformed public schoolers, but your written testimony cites 2 peer-reviewed studies. I don't know if you'd like to briefly share those with us.
Yeah, there are. Hold on. It's been a long day. What are we up to 14 hours? I do have my written testimony in front of me somewhere. And it links to the studies, if I'm not mistaken. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. We've got, for the sources page at the back, the National Center for Education Statistics, Homeschooling in the United States, 2023. And there's also a study by Brian D. Ray, Research Facts on Homeschooling from the Journal of School Choice. There are studies out there. That was a very strange testimony. I think we're about 14 hours now into this hearing, and there's been maybe 3 or 4 people that have testified in favor of the bill. Most of us have testified against it. And the interesting thing is, I don't think most of those people who testified for the bill were even from Connecticut, including the person that you're referencing. There seems to be an organization. You heard this from the woman from Germany, Heidi, or who had, a German husband and all of that, that there's some sort of agenda there with that organization that gentleman represented. The language that they used to describe homeschoolers, to describe us as as an extremist organization. The young man who claimed that there were no studies that showed that homeschoolers outperform public school kids hailed from that organization. So, I mean, the studies are out there for people who are willing to look for them. And I would urge very strong caution regarding that organization that called itself Responsible Something or Other. It does seem like it's an agenda. It does seem like we had this horrible tragedy in Waterbury, in New Britain, and we all mourn for the victims of those 2 tragedies. But it should not have been used as a pretext, Representative Anderson, to take away the freedom that homeschoolers have always had for many, many years in the state of Connecticut. Those studies do exist. It's in my written testimony, which is publicly available online. And when you look at that group, CERC, that is one of the groups that a Board of Education can use to review the curriculum, when you look at their agenda, which is diametrically opposed, I'm sure, to most of the evangelical and Catholic Christian families that have been testifying here today, it does seem like those horrible tragedies were exploited to get the grips into the homeschoolers, to those of us in the state that have always been separate from state control, and especially from more recent agendas. It feels like they're coming after us.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfgang. Yeah, one of the studies you cited in your written testimony said that on average, that homeschoolers scored 15 to 25 percentile points above public school students. You know, I wonder if the public schools really should be studying homeschooling for performance and cost. I know of a hybrid private Christian school across the state line of Massachusetts that I don't recall if they meet 2 or 3 days a week in a building, you know, for no cost from the town. It's vacant, actually the school I went to. And I wonder if we could really, how to get better performance for far less money. We could learn something from the homeschoolers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, Peter, for being here today. I know that you've been around the block for a really long time up here, and I wondered if you had concerns about this opening up the door to legislative creep. In your experience, because you've been up here for a long time, we see one bill that is the beginning of many others to follow with more and more policy and regulation. Can you speak to that?
Well, Representative Dauphiné, this is the second public hearing that I am testifying in today. I spoke at the vaccines hearing as well, and our concern there was a section in one of the two bills that created a carve-out from the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which sets a very dangerous precedent. This circles back to homeschooling and to your question. The point is, if you can have a carve-out for vaccines, and I emphasize too that the Wolfgangs, we have relatively, in the Family Institute, we have relatively conventional views about vaccines. But, you know, it's like that old poem from World War II. First they came for this group, but I didn't belong to that group, so I didn't say anything. Then they came for the next group. Our freedom, our liberty, Representative Dauphiné, all hangs together. And what we've seen, you're right, I've been around for a while at this point. What we've seen is that the people that introduce these bills, they're master incrementalists. And it always begins with, oh, just this little thing. It's not going to go any further than that. How can you oppose just this little thing? And, you know, if they set a precedent where there can be a carve out for just this little thing on religious freedom, they're going to come back for the next thing. And I feel that in the homeschooling world as well, too, with this bill, where they make it sound like it's so reasonable. There were these tragedies in Waterbury and in New Britain. I mean, surely who among us would not want to pass any bill that could prevent that sort of thing? But as I think we've already seen in those lines in the bill where I mentioned this group CIRC, that could be one of the groups in charge of reviewing the homeschooling portfolio and the educational records, a group that has the usual agenda, the gender identity agenda and everything, that conservative Christian homeschoolers actually homeschool in part to get away from. You get that sense that, you know, that incrementalism that I think your question is getting at is there. It's present here. The agenda is here. And, you know, we're not wrong to pick up on it right away and push back on it. I've seen it on any number of issues that I work on. I'm up here every year, almost every year, testifying against assisted suicide. And the folks in favor of assisted suicide, they talk about how, well, this is just for people with 6 months or less to live who are of sound mind. And they've been saying that for 15 years. But in the states where it's already legal, they've come back to expand it. And in some cases, they have expanded it. This is what we see over and over again. So all the good people, the people who are there physically all day long, those of us testifying online, we are not wrong to raise the alarm on this and to drum up as much opposition as we can and hopefully kill this bill.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, would you agree that the mere fact that DCF will have to be notified of any family that withdraws their children from public school would set a precedence in a carve-out, such as you speak of with the carve-out with religious freedom?
Very much so. I think we would go from being one of the best states, believe it or not. And look, I doing the work that I do, it often feels like Connecticut, that I'm fighting behind enemy lines. But we actually have some of the best religious liberty laws in the country, if you can believe it. We actually have some of the best homeschooling freedom laws in the country. And on both those scores, where our freedom to homeschool, our religious liberty, I think if this bill were to become law, we would go overnight from being one of the best states in the country on these issues to one of the worst. This bill is a very dangerous bill, and we have yet to know even how it will be interpreted by administrative agencies, by judges, and so forth. It's just not a thing that we should go down, a rabbit hole that we should go down, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a quick question for the
Representative.
Sure. Is he still on or?
I'm still here.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Appreciate you staying up so late and giving us your testimony. So you referenced the studies and the data about the performance of homeschool students. I was just curious about how that data is collected.
Oh gosh, I don't have the studies in front of me. I could follow up with you on how that data was collected, but I can tell you that they're reputable journals. These are not. The gentleman from the what was it, Homeschool Responsibility Group. He cited some group that I've never heard of before. Whereas the National Center for Education Statistics, the journal, these are entities that are a little more mainstream. I can tell you that. But as for how the data is collected, I don't know. These are peer-reviewed journals. And so, I mean, if it was bad data, then there'd be a study coming out a year later attempting to refute it.
Well, I'm just curious. I'm assuming, am I wrong in assuming that people are just are self-administering the tests and then collecting the data and then self-reporting?
Yeah, I don't have the methodology of those studies in front of me right now, Representative.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the honesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative.
Well, thank you, Peter, for staying here as long as you have, even if you're online. I just wanted to pose a question of, in the event that this goes forward, in the spirit of fairness, would you think it appropriate that the public schools give a portfolio to the parents at least once a year?
Yeah, well, in general, I am in strong agreement with the larger spirit of your question. Our public schools have gotten away from us, right? I mean, this has been a big issue in recent years in a number of those agendas that I alluded to earlier. You know, whether or not we use the public schools, we pay taxes to fund the public schools, to pay the salaries of the teachers, the superintendents, and so forth. And, you know, someone earlier today quoted that great line from Pierce versus Society of Sisters, the 1925 U.S. Supreme Court decision, where the court said, children are not mere creatures of the state. And, you know, for many years, we had a school system that recognized that. I don't think the school system recognizes that anymore. I don't think, you know, theoretically, the Board of Ed members are their elected officials. They should be accountable to the parents, to the people paying the taxes. And they're not. So, yeah, I do think they're not like they used to be. We hear about like mandates that they have no control over, supposedly. We've seen, oh gosh, so many YouTube videos of parents speaking before Board of Education meetings, complaining about the agendas that are being foisted on their children and how they get no say in it. And the boards of ed just pretty much ignore them and keep doing it. So yeah, I think even apart from this bill, I think public schools probably should be reporting to their parents a lot more than they are, the parents of their students.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Peter. Next up.
Thank you, Senator.
We have Sydney Glasgow, student. Sydney. 187, Michael Rapetsky. Michael?
Hey, could you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Michael Rapetsky, a Cheshire resident, speaking in opposition to HB 5468, an act concerning the provision of equivalent instruction. Reading through this bill makes me incredibly sad and disheartened to see my own state government trying to further reduce parental rights beyond what they already have. The overall themes I get from this bill are parents are proven innocent or guilty until proven innocent, and there would be no escaping the public education system in Connecticut. This bill makes parents ask permission for the ways they wish to educate their child, ask permission from a public education model that has failed them, a model that they sought an alternative to. Only after a DCF inquiry, as dictated by this bill, in conjunction with SB 6, will the school district allow you to remove your child and seek an alternative form of education. These alternative models would also be heavily regulated by the school district in this bill, requiring approved curriculum, standardized assessments, and a portfolio to satisfy a school district that they didn't even want to be part of in the first place. I agree that children need to be safe and protected, but this legislation is not the way to do it. The two recent tragedies that happened to children in Connecticut had nothing to do with homeschooling and everything to do with a systemic DCF failure. Failures that this legislation does nothing to correct. In the guise of safety, we are targeting well-meaning parents and an effective education model, ceding control to school districts who do little to address bullying, drug use, and the same form of abuse this bill claims to prevent. If you look across the state, you see countless success stories of children thriving in homeschool, receiving an education that their parents deem fit. You also see stories about public schools that have below average literacy rates, bullying, and abuse. There is no one size fits all for education. What works for some might not work for others. Why would we allow a public school model that hasn't worked for some to dictate their only remaining options? This is overreach, and government is not entitled to nor responsible for any of it. Please leave the parents alone. We resiliently threw off legislation that was attempted last year, and we will do it again. Please focus on the safety of children where it matters within the systemic failures of DCF and leave homeschoolers alone. Please vote no on HB 5468. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, once again, thank you for your testimony. Next
Thank
up, Brittany Landry, followed by Isha Cortez.
Hello. Members of the Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today and giving me your undivided attention. My name is Rebecca Shane, not Brittany Landry. There were technical difficulties during the sign up, but I am here to oppose House Bill 5468. I'm the mother of a child who attends private school outside of my district. I'm deeply concerned about how this bill will affect families across all of Connecticut. After reading the bill, several serious questions come to mind. First, for families with children in non-public schools, this bill would require parents to provide evidence of enrollment, yet it has unclear definitions of what that evidence would be. Representative Leeper has been quick to clarify that standardized testing is not required. However, the language in the bill does not define the number of pieces of evidence to be required, the number of pieces of evidence to be required, nor that list is limited to. Without clear standards, families are left with inconsistent or subjective interpretations of what that should be. Second, the bill imposes new mandates on local school districts without identifying how they'd be funded. If districts are required to take on these new responsibilities, are taxpayers expected to absorb the costs? Third, in accordance with the Connecticut State Department of Education Condition of Education in Connecticut, 11.1% of K-12 public school students were chronically absent in the 2023 and 2024 school year. I myself have gotten that letter of truancy several times for my child, and I have been told directly by the school administration that I can disregard it and no cause will come from it. If not, why are the non-public schooling families held to a stricter standard than students who are not attending school at all? Fourth, what are the implications for public schools if homeschool students are allowed to be partially enrolled? Would this create a situation where families pursue the best of both worlds and affect enrollment and funding? Holding public and private school students to standards that do not apply to homeschool students would also be unequal and unfair. There are additional unanswered questions. Why has no economic impact study been conducted to understand how this bill will affect families and districts? And also, how will this legislation affect families who are moving out of state or are military families who do not have a choice about their timelines and relocation? Would they need permission from their local district before relocating? Could this split up families further while we're waiting for a decision? I have a lived experience as a public school student, and it wasn't great. I was victimized, I was sexually harassed, I was threatened with bodily and physical harm multiple times. And despite my parents speaking up on the times that they felt that they could, they often felt that they did not get the support that they needed to protect my safety. These questions, as well as many others that I haven't mentioned, have shown that the bill has been hastily drafted without thorough consideration, and it raises serious questions about the motivations and agenda behind the bill and risks creating an incredible amount of problems while not addressing the alleged point of the bill, the safety of Connecticut's children. In fact, Representative Leeper has referenced that this bill was written on the basis of Vermont and New Hampshire, states that have some of the most strict standards. And in conclusion, Vermont has walked back some of those standards that are in this bill and that specific language as of July 1st of 2023, including equivalent education standards and submissions of academic process. And as of today, New Hampshire just rolled theirs back as well and included additional clarifying language. Thank you for your time. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you for staying with us this evening and this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, Alyssa Cortez, followed by Elizabeth Lundy. No Cortez, Elizabeth Lundy, followed by Judy Emert. Judy's online. Judy, you're up. Please be prepared. Mona Caldwell. Okay. Mona, you're next. Judy, you have the floor.
Hi. Thank you so much. Hold on one second. Good evening, members of the Education Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. In 1925, the United States Supreme Court declared in Pierce versus Society of Sisters that the child is not the mere creature of the state. I would like to share my response in the form of a poem entitled My Child, My Faith, My Choice by Judy Emert. She woke up in quiet morning light, breath in her lungs, soul burning bright, a life that heaven gently gave, not born for fear, but born to be brave. Hands shaped with patient, careful art, a beating drum within her heart. No crown of earth, no mortal voice can take away my sacred choice. She was formed by God above, created by grace, designed in love, a living breath the Maker knew. This child is a gift I hold, no mere creature of the state, not bought or sold, given by God, a life, a voice, my child, my faith, my sacred choice. You speak in numbers, rules, and lines, yet freedoms written in the divine. A conscience deep, a quiet call reminds me who created all. She's not a number, not a name, inside a system, inside a frame. She walks the road her spirit knows and guards the life that heaven chose. This child is a gift I hold, no mere creature of the state, not bought or sold, given by God, a life, a voice, my child, my faith, my sacred choice. In Christ alone, my hope is found. On holy truth, I stand my ground. And through all storms, my voice will rise beneath the same eternal skies. Freedom lives inside my soul. No power on earth can take control. I stand in faith. I stand in light to choose my path, to claim my right, my child, my faith, my choice. Thank you.
Good landing. Great job. Any questions? Any questions for Judy? Seeing none, Judy, thank you for your testimony. Next
Thank
up,
you.
we have Mona Caldwell, followed by Elizabeth Miller, followed by Marissa Behunka. Please be ready. Mona Caldwell. Come on up, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, Marissa, then Rebecca Harvey. Be prepared.
Good morning. I oppose this bill. I'm a homeschool graduate, a mandated reporter, and a homeschool mom of 3. I also lead an informal homeschool group. I first went to public school, then my parents switched to private when I was in 3rd grade. I chose to homeschool all 4 years of high school. I wanted to be a nurse at the time, so I really focused on science classes. I was driven. I woke up at 6 a.m. so I could finish up my formal classes by mid-morning. I chose to take the test to get my GED and have my GED with honors. I went on to change career paths, and by age 21, started a career in law enforcement that I'm still in today. I took some classes at Middlesex Community College after getting my GED. I admit I was a little nervous after 4 years of homeschooling. My worry was all for nothing. One of the first classes I took was a basic English 101 class. Everyone in the class quit except for me and one other 16-year-old homeschooler. The other students went to the dean and complained that the teacher was too hard. I got an A in that class. Fast forward several years to COVID, and then the loss of the religious exemption led my husband and I to homeschooling our 3 kids. What a blessing it has been. One of the main concerns I have with this bill is what happens to a child that you decide is behind? And behind what? The failing public school system? And what proof and documentation are you going to demand to know that I'm educating my child? I worry that instead of focusing on teaching my children, I'm going to waste time checking boxes to show that I am. I don't have time to waste. I work 40 hours a week. I homeschool my kids in the morning and leave for work at 2 p.m. Homeschooling has allowed me more time with my kids than even some stay-at-home parents whose kids go to school. It's not easy, but it's worth it. I started a homeschool group in 2021. I recently took a poll, and 15 out of 24 families have a parent that is a mandated reporter. We have nurses, lawyers, teachers, and police officers in our group. In my 5 years of homeschooling, I have never met a homeschooler in all of our activities that I was concerned about. In fact, I'm constantly impressed by their knowledge, behavior, social skills, and more. DCF is a failure. Nothing in this bill would have saved those kids of concern. My husband, who is also a mandated reporter, has seen the failures of DCF in person, and those failures haunt him to this day. This bill is an attack on parental rights, and I implore you to listen to the thousands of constituents who are testifying and have shown up today. And just additionally, like I said, next door is disheartening, being here fighting gun rights, parental rights, medical freedom, vaccines all in one day. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, Liz. Hi, I'm Marissa Bohuniak. I'm a homeschool mom of 3. It's great to see everybody. It was great to be at the Capitol today. You guys have allowed me to stay up past my bedtime, so that's awesome. I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm going to come at this from a different angle. I oppose the bill 5468. I was homeschooled K through 12th grade, along with my 6 other siblings. I homeschool my 3 kids, and I am probably one of the least accredited homeschool moms that are speaking today. It's amazing. I can't believe how educated my groups are, doctors, nurses, everything. It's crazy. I'm a dancer. I teach dance. And what I want to say is I completely reject the premise of equivalent instruction because my father is a cello maker. Okay. So he he graduated high school, didn't go to college. My mom didn't go to college. My grandparents didn't go to college. My grandparents are farmers. But all of the things that they do in society are necessary. So the idea that to quote Ken Robinson, who's brilliant, he said, the way education is structured is that we are just bodies that are made to hold our brains, that we will educate and walk around from classroom to classroom. And we have to know a little bit about everything, but that's not true because even though I'm a dancer and I teach my children, I'm good at sewing. So I use math when I make dresses that I custom make for my children and myself. And also, wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. There's like a discrepancy with my audio. Anyway, so the whole idea that the public school system has it right and we as homeschoolers have to do an excellent version of that is offensive to me because I teach children dance, and I feel like Representative McGee would have understood this because she does art therapy. I mean, I have friends that I danced with professionally in New York who do that same thing. And how would you, if you have a child in the school system who wants to do that, how do you measure their academic progress to say, I want to be an art therapist when I get older? I want to help kids with their social emotional learning, which is what I do. I do theater. I teach choreography. I do monologues. I do all of that stuff. That's how you learn to engage. I spent more time when I was supposed to be doing math, making faces in the reflection of the microwave, trying to understand like what my emotion was projecting, than when I did actually like my math, which was really irritating to my mother. But just the idea that we have to check in with the school system to like make sure we're on the same track, I just completely reject that because I think that there are so many jobs that are in society that can't be standardized tested. And the whole public school system was founded by Horace Mann, who also was an autodidact, which is amazing. Like he self-taught himself. So that is crazy to me. It's not like sorry. Anyway, that's all I had to say. If you have any questions, I would love to go to bed and I'd love for you all to be able to do the same thing. So
Thanks so much for your testimony. I could use some of your energy at this hour.
yeah, it's fake. It's all fake. I'm crashing. I've one brain cell
Good
left.
job. You're doing a really good job because we were all convinced in this room. Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Next, we have 195 Rebecca Harvey.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I am not as spunky as the person before me, so I'm just going to start with that. Rebecca Harvey, East Hampton, Connecticut. So we've heard a lot today. I'm going to try and skip over what most people have already said, but with all the facts that I think we've heard, I wish somebody could please explain to me how we could move forward with this. In my opinion, the committee has not provided any valid arguments for this to be justified. I also want to point out that the Office of Child Advocate is appointed by our governor, which is a huge political conflict of interest when we're going on their recommendations for our children. We have heard how much DCF and public schools are in need of help. This bill doesn't change or fix any of those issues that we're claiming to remedy. What I'm hearing consistently is that these are our children, but they're not your children. My children are my children, your children are your children. I'm also hearing a lot about enrollment and extra resources and help for the public school districts if this goes through. It's a money grab for sure. Districts are struggling. I am very involved at our town level. I speak to our superintendent regularly. This is a big issue, and I can tell you that he's not for this either. We're basically begging taxpayers for education budgets. Of course, Fran testified that she is for this. Why wouldn't she? They are going to end up with funding for students, whether or not they use some or none of the resources. Lots of superintendents have put through public testimony, and I really urge you guys to read that. Our children are watching this, and they're seeing how many people are opposed to this bill. I would love for them to look at this, not go any further, and see that our legislators work for the constituents and not for themselves. Then to hear that not a single member of the Republican Party was included in this bill, and it was stated, CHN, Teach, none of these other organizations. And I kind of want to bring that into the fact that I never planned to public school. These organizations have been wonderful. COVID was almost a blessing because that made me see the curriculum. It made me see the computer assessments that our children were taking, but before they were taught how to use a computer at the age of 5. The writing of story after story before knowing how to spell or know proper sentence structure.
Rebecca,
or know what punctuation is. So I actually put together a list of Connecticut public schools in the news not too long ago. I don't know if any legislators would like to ask me about that if my 3 minutes is up. I have a lot more to say about DCF and some family members that I've seen go through that, but I guess my time is up.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you for your testimony, staying with us this early in the morning.
Yes, I'm sorry I'm not so spunky.
Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Rebecca, thank you so much for being here. It's great to see you, even if you're online and it's after 1 a.m. in the morning or in the morning. And you're doing great. And you're
Thank you.
Could you continue with some of your testimony in regards to what you were saying about the Connecticut schools in the news?
So I actually put a presentation together about that about a month ago, month and a half ago. It was interesting for me to kind of go through when we were catching wind of these homeschool bills to kind of look at what was really going on in public schools. So I put together a presentation called Connecticut Public Schools in the News. And we were only 35 days into the first of the year. And if I can, I'm just going to share with you a couple of those headlines that I was able to pull. Darien high school teacher arrested for sexual assault. Trooper fired for inappropriate relationship with student. Former West Hartford private school teacher pleads guilty to risk of injury for a minor for inappropriate tickling. Hartford teacher injured, breaking up fight. A student on a bus threatening with others with knife. New Haven teacher arrested for inappropriate texts with a 13-year-old. School bus driver failed to stop sexual assaults and was charged with 12 counts of risk of injury to a minor. Waterbury hate crime assault at middle school, 12-year-old arrested. Former Connecticut school employee pleads guilty for coercing and sexually assaulting an 11-year-old boy. Inappropriate texts lead to teacher's arrest, and a 42-year-old man from Cheshire was arrested. Elementary school in Madison evacuates after receiving threat. A former Stratford High School teacher formally accused of using school computers to run online scams and sell stolen cars. 13 people injured, including 10 children hospitalized after a school bus crash. New Britain Middle School locked down after bullet found in building. New York
Thank you,
reports.
Rebecca. Thank you for your testimony.
I'm almost done. I have about
but we do
2
have
left.
90 other people that still have to testify. So I want
So I'm not allowed to finish answering Ms. Haynes' question?
Our meeting, we have 90 other folks that still have to testify, and it's 1 o'clock.
Okay, well, I think I've
Thank
made
you for
my
your
point,
testimony, and
but
please
everyone else did get a chance to finish their questions that they were being asked.
Yes,
Yep.
that was a question that I had asked.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. We're going to move on. Again, we have 90 other people
I think that goes to show with 90 other people what a controversial issue this is and that none of your
Exactly. We're gonna get
constituents
them
want
all
it.
in. Yes, you have what question that's germane to the bill? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, could you please send us that data that you just were starting to report?
Oh, I would absolutely love to. I have that
Yes.
to share and I can, is email best? Do I just send it to the whole committee in a PDF file?
That would be great. Appreciate that.
There you go.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not trying to be off course, but again, I want everyone to be able to get their testimony in tonight. Thank you. Amy Webster, followed by Jacob Dell, followed by Alicia Makowski. Please be prepared.
Hi, good morning, chairpersons and members of the committee. My name is Amy Webster, and I am a homeschooling mother of 3 sons. I'm here today in opposition to Raise Bill 5468. Our decision to homeschool was not made lightly. Over time, each of our sons struggled in the traditional classroom and were later diagnosed as neurodivergent. 2 of our sons have level 1 autism, and our youngest has ADHD and dyslexia. Homeschooling allowed us to tailor their education to their individual needs in a way the classroom environment could not. Because of that flexibility, our children have been able to make meaningful academic progress and regain confidence in learning. In fact, my oldest son testified earlier today about his own experience. His name is Adonis. I want to be clear that abuse of any child is unacceptable and must always be taken seriously. But abuse occurs in many environments, including highly regulated school systems with mandated reporters. As Rebecca shared some of those just now. Regulation alone does not stop those who are determined to harm children. Abusers break laws. Law-abiding families follow them. What concerns me about this bill is that many of the proposed mechanisms do not appear to actually accomplish the goals being stated. For example, during testimony, we heard that children would not necessarily have to appear in person and that submitted portfolios may not even be reviewed. If that is the case, how does this meaningfully evaluate a child's education or keep eyes on children? If no one is required to actually review the work, then how would the state know whether a child is receiving an education or not? We also heard conflicting explanations about how notification to the Department of Children and Families would work and what standards would actually be used to determine equivalent instruction. If the language of this bill is so vague that even supporters cannot clearly explain how it would function, how will families or local boards of education know how to comply with it? I'm also concerned that expanding oversight of homeschooling families could place additional administrative burdens on local boards of education and the Department of Children and Families. Those agencies already have limited resources, and diverting attention toward families are lawfully educated. Their children may take resources away from children who truly need intervention. The United States Supreme Court, I know this was mentioned a couple times recently, affirmed in Pierce versus Society of Sisters that the child is not the mere creature of the state and that parents have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing and education of their children. If these regulations do not actually evaluate education and do not ensure children are seen, then we must ask that what problem this bill is truly solving. For many families, especially those with neurodivergent children, homeschooling is not an escape from education. It is the path that allows their children to succeed. I respectfully ask that you oppose Raise Bill 5468. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Amy? Amy, thank you again for staying with us early in the morning.
Thank you.
Next up, Jacob Dale, followed by Alicia Makowski, followed by Kimberly Barracks. Alicia? Come on down. Who's that?
How's it going? So, hi, my name is Alicia Mikowski, and I live in Naugatuck, Connecticut. I am a mother of 4, and I serve as the secretary of the Naugatuck Board of Education. It's very nice to see all of you tonight. I want to note that I am speaking today in my personal capacity and not on behalf of my fellow board members or the Naugatuck Public Schools. However, I do come to you with some serious educational concerns and strong opposition to HB 5468. First, I am concerned about the impact that this will have on school administrators who are already stretched thin. District leaders are managing complex budgets, writing grants, and working closely with municipalities to keep our schools operating. At the same time, our state's enrollment has declined to its lowest level in nearly 20 years at under 500,000 students in the public school districts in Connecticut in 169 towns. Last year, I helped to oversee my school district budget that forced us to close a school. That displaced 300 and some odd families. I was forced to have 34.4 full-time equivalent educators in reduction. And I was forced to transfer our facilities maintenance responsibilities to the town. As chair of our district's facility committee, I can attest that that transition between the town and the school has been difficult. It's had its growing pains, let's put it that way. We are at the bone. We do not have anything else to cut. So our administrators have been creative with budgeting, but we must not overburden them. And I am very, very concerned about that. Legislation has passes in Hartford has real consequences for the budgets and the operations of all 169 towns in Connecticut. The Connecticut Superintendents Association has asked for a moratorium on new unfunded mandates. And unfortunately, this proposal appears to be yet another mandate without resources needed to support its implementation. We would prefer some undergirding to the bill in order to execute it with excellence as we expect of our students in our schools. I am also concerned about the impact of our immigrant families in our state. Some districts are already seeing declining enrollment due to fear related to federal immigration enforcement. And I know that we have passed laws to help stem that. But we must be thoughtful about policies that could further discourage families from participating in our education system. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for staying with us this early in the morning. Any questions for this young lady? Seeing none? Thank you again. Kimberly Barris. Kimberly? No Kimberly? Patty? Patty? Patty Strutsky? No Patty. Karen Andrew. Followed by Cynthia Knotts. Please be prepared.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen Andrews. I'm from Windsor, Connecticut. I'm here to oppose House Bill 5468. I'm actually highly concerned with how aggressively some members of the committee are pursuing it in the name of safety for our children. To claim that this bill would prevent another tragedy like what happened to Mimi, I would say is at best misguided and at worst extremely manipulative. It was alarming to hear testimony from earlier in the evening when a gentleman tried to insinuate that we homeschoolers are making a big deal out of nothing. When even AI recognizes that it would significantly reshape how homeschooling is regulated in the state. And yes, I did ask AI. That's exactly what she said. So a little bit about me and my kids. We have lived in Connecticut and we've homeschooled all 3 of our children here all their lives. They've never stepped foot in a regular school setting, and I hope that they never will. They are, now 15, 12, and 9, and thriving. And the fact that our laws in the state, I should also mention, I always tell people how proud I am, of Connecticut and how easy it is to homeschool here, because I want everybody to know, right? Like it's been so great for our family. And I love that the laws on our books actually put the responsibility on us to educate our kids first, right? With other instruction being secondary to that. It really reinforces the importance of taking this seriously. And so we do. And we did not undertake this lightly. There have been many sacrifices that we've made, right? Because my husband is home with the kids. I'm the sole earner for our family. But the results have been more than worth it. Our 3 kids are creative, independent thinkers. They know how to speak to adults. We always get that from people, like, they actually look you in the eye and they can have a conversation. We always get asked about, like, how did you socialize them? Like, there's so many other opportunities in the real world for that to happen. They also have the ability and the time to pursue their passions in a safe, loving, and healthy environment. We love that we can adapt their learning on the fly. We don't have to stick to something if it's not working for one of them. We know when they're struggling or when they're excelling. We can speed them up. We can slow them down as appropriate. So it's been a fantastic experience. If this bill passes, it will effectively stifle that creativity. It'll introduce curriculum and topics into their day that either are not appropriate for them or irrelevant to their journey. I actually lived through homeschooling in the 80s. I know I'm aging myself. I remember very vividly, though, at that time there was regulation. I remember the intrusion into our home and the stress and anxiety for my sisters, my mom, and I don't want that world for my kids. So I strongly oppose this bill and ask this committee to please listen to the overwhelming will of the people and not advance it out for a vote. I relate this to my job. At my job, what I do, it's very important to get feedback from, our customers, our agents, the people we work with, and actually listen, not hear, but listen and take something away from it. So I hope, because otherwise you could introduce something into the marketplace that had unintended.
Can you please summarize?
This is my summarization. I just don't want unintended consequences and stuff that could actually drive people out of this state, because I think is what will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next up, Cynthia Knox, followed by Angelica Espada.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for meeting me here this morning. My kids are with me. I think this is maybe the latest they've ever stayed up. So I'm very proud of them. I am also from Windsor, as the person before me, and I am here today to oppose Bill 5468. Quote, "The liberty interest of parents to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their children is the most ancient of the fundamental rights we hold as people. This cherished right derives from the natural order, pre-exists government, and may not be interfered with by the state except in the most compelling circumstances." Judge Stephen Dillard. This proposed bill has many concerning aspects: undue burden being placed on state agencies and school administrations, uncalled for suspicion of any who choose a path other than the public schools, unchecked decision-making when considering what constitutes equivalent instruction, unrealistic expectations of enforcement, to name a few. However, as a parent and educator of my 4 children, the chief concern I wish to highlight today is that of parental rights being stripped away by the state. It's been acknowledged for over 250 years, actually over 300 years in Connecticut, that the path of education is in the power of the parent, and this is not unique to Connecticut. This parental authority has been upheld in many circumstances, the most recent case being the U.S. Supreme Court ruling in Mirabelli versus Bonta, in which it was acknowledged that under long-established precedent, parents, not the state, have primary authority with respect to the upbringing and education of children. If this bill passes, my fundamental right to raise my children according to my convictions, to educate them towards wisdom and virtue by nourishing their souls on the true, the good, and the beautiful, to teach them to love God and their neighbor, will be reduced to an arbitrary granting of permission by an arbitrary elite of legislators who are purposing to set forth an arbitrary standard of education. I do want to bring attention to a couple of things that I've heard throughout this day. Earlier in the day, I believe a claim was made by Representative Leeper, correct me if I'm wrong, that there is no requirement in the language of the bill to require, no requirement, pardon me, for any parents to show up in person, but on line 97, it does say that annually parents shall have to personally appear. So please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that is in line 97. And also, several people have mentioned portfolio reviews being kind of a bare minimum checkpoint for parents. But I'm wondering how sending in a portfolio that is not even going to be looked at provides any protection for kids. Also considering a portfolio can easily be falsified and sent in. And Mimi's mother even falsified Mimi on Zoom when there was a check-in by DCF. So things can be falsified, and I don't see how the language of the bill is actually doing anything to solve the problem of protection for our kids.
Please summarize.
Yes, in conclusion, I do not require the permission of the state to make educational decisions. This permission has already been granted me by the legal precedent set in this great country and in this great state, and most importantly, by God himself. Thank you very much.
Cynthia, I think there's Rep. Leeper want to make clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for this incredibly squeaky mic. Yes, the initial exit or the initial enrollment, a parent needs to appear in person, and that is current law. So we've just expanded it to the other types of instruction that we're requiring for families to indicate, also to appear in person that initial time.
It didn't say annually in line 97.
In line 97? Personally appear at the school district office to sign an intent to educate form to indicate whether such child will be enrolling in public school, attending a non-public school, or receiving equivalent instruction, period.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
The other question.
Wait, what? Sorry. 95.
For the school year.
I know I saw it in there somewhere.
Fair enough. This is why we have public hearings. Yep.
All right.
It's not the intent, so thanks for catching that.
All right. Thank you for checking on that, and thank you to my support club over here.
That's why we have a public hearing.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, let me clarify.
Another clarification.
It's that the provision applies annually thereafter for anybody moving into Connecticut for the first time that they withdraw their child from a non-public school shall appear personally at the school.
All right. I'll let a future testifier maybe take that up if
Thank you.
if the opportunity arises. Thank you very much.
All right. Angelica. Angelica, thank you for sitting. You've been sitting there for about 10, 12 hours.
Okay.
You finally got your chance.
I'm happy to be here, but not really, because first of all, and I say this with so much respect, this bill needs to be trashed, okay? In the garbage immediately. I'm an American, right? I'm Puerto Rican and I'm an American, right? And my grandfather, my uncle, they fought in wars to make sure that individuals here had choices in whatever the matter is. And as a Christian, I believe that full out. You know, I'm pro-life, but also I believe that God gave us all free will and we make the choices we want to make. Now, here as a parent, as a mother, I'm not complying with anything that the government tells me to do about my child, my children, and I'm pregnant with another baby. And if I don't want to enroll my child into the public school systems because, excuse me, because they're going to be considered chattel of the state, that is my, can you guys hear me okay? Okay, that is my prerogative. And so I don't want to be included with the institutionalized way that you guys, you know, and everyone else, you know, to each their own, choose to educate their children. Real quick, it's an infringement on my parental right, period. Now, what happens in the state of Connecticut, sadly, with these few situations with kids getting hurt, you know, nobody's coming to save no one. And I say that with so much, I'm sensitive about it, but respectfully, as a parent, I know what I'm doing and I don't need nobody's permission or direction. If I want it, I will ask for the advice. Real quick from John Taylor Gatto, I'm just gonna read this little section here and dumbing us down. And I'm quoting him and he's quoting Alexander Inglis' 1918 book, Principles of Secondary Education, in which one saw this revolution through the eyes of a revolutionary. And this is on page 99 to 100, so I'm gonna go as quick as I can. Inglis, for whom an honor lecture in education at Harvard is named, makes it perfectly clear that compulsory schooling on this continent was intended to be just what it had been for Prussia in the 1820s, a fifth column into the burgeoning democratic movement that threatened to give the peasants and the proletarians a voice at the bargaining table. Modern industrialized compulsory schooling was to make a sort of surgical intervention into the prospective unity of these underclasses, divide children by subject, by age grading, by constant rankings on tests, and by many other more subtle means. And it was unlikely that the ignorant mass of mankind, separated in childhood, would ever reintegrate into a dangerous whole. Inglis breaks down the purpose, the actual purpose of modern schooling into 6 basic functions, any of which is enough to curl the hair of those innocent enough to believe that the 3 traditional goals of education listed earlier, which I did not read, but you can look it up in this book. Number 1, the adjustive or adaptive function. Schools are established to fix habits of reaction to authority. I'm gonna just keep going. Number 2, the integrating function. This might well be called the conformity function because its intention is to make children as alike as possible. People who conform are predictable, and this is great use to those who wish to harness and manipulate a large labor force. Number 3, the diagnostic and directive function. School is meant to determine each student's proper social role. Number 4, the differentiating function. Once their social role has been diagnosed, children are to be sorted by role and trained only so far as their destination in the social machine merits, and not one step further. So much for making kids their personal best. And number 5, the selective function. This refers not to human choice at all, but to Darwin's theory of natural selection as applied to what he calls the favored races. In short, the idea is to help things along by consciously attempting to improve the breeding stock. Schools are meant to tag the unfit with poor grades, remedial placement, and other punishments clearly enough that their peers will accept them as inferior and effectively bar them the reproductive sweepstakes. That's what all these little humiliations from first grade onward were intended to do. And number 6, the propedeutic function. The societal system implied by these rules will require an elite group of caretakers. To that end, a small fraction of kids will quietly be taught how to manage this continuing project, how to watch over and control a population deliberately dumbed down and declawed in order that government might proceed
Angela, can you
unchallenged.
please summarize?
Yes, sir. So that in order that government might proceed unchallenged and corporations might never want for obedient labor. In conclusion, my summary, right? I would like you guys to not go there with this bill. And if you guys do, I definitely won't be following this unconstitutional proposed law. So,
Thank you. And
That's
thank you for staying with us this long. And thank you for your testimony. Any questions?
yep.
Seeing none, thank you for being here again. Next up,
Fazio for governor.
Joan. You gonna walk out on that? Really? Thank you. All right. Joan Picciotto? John? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm here.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's John Pyhota. I'm an unaffiliated voter from Bristol, and I stand in staunch opposition of House Bill 5468. I'm a very concerned homeschool father and become increasingly frustrated with the state government's mission creep in regards to usurping parental rights. Public school system and DCF have failed the children of Connecticut time after time. We've been through it all day. I don't need to repeat it all. But if we're doing lockdown drills for 7-year-olds, you've lost the argument about safety. Okay? We're graduating kids that cannot read. You're losing the argument on education. So I'm not going to continue, belaboring that. And then there was COVID, and what happened to the children in public schools during COVID was abuse. Okay, the abuse caused trauma and also stunted an entire generation's ability to learn properly without being able to see faces, see smiles, see speech patterns. Schools were entrusted to do right by their students. They violated the trust. There was no apology, no admission of the errors that were made. Parents opted out to escape this failing system. And now you're raising an act considering equivalent instruction. So supposedly in response to these horrible DCF cases where they were utterly failed by DCF, not homeschooling. I fail to see the connection between the bill and what it would accomplish and how it would have helped those children in any way at all. It's more likely that the mass exodus from the state's public education system and loss of funding has created a panic, and you're trying to find a way to use emotional appeals to foist legislation to find another avenue to inflate enrollment. No one wants to see harm come to a child, but you know nothing about our histories or the depth of our love for our children. The nuclear family is requisite for a structured and stable society. Parents are responsible for the education of their children. Public education is the last option. The Connecticut State Constitution made a provision for the state to provide public schooling for children of parents who do not have another avenue of educating their children. It's created as a fallback, not the paradigm of quality education. You're in no position to demand assessments of parental facility in education. If anything, you should be proving you can provide equivalent education to us. Now, Fran was up here earlier. She's a superintendent, right? And she admitted, you don't know how many homeschool children there are. Therefore, you don't know who they are or where they are. So if someone is a criminal, why would they willfully submit anything? You don't know where they are or who they are. It's just utter insanity. I have no delusion that we can stop you from moving this bill through committee or passing it on the floor, regardless of the level of opposition. It's well over 95% opposed. You can expect lawsuits, campaigns to get you out of office, and people will leave the state. We're all fed up. You're meant to be public servants who represent the voice of the constituency. You're utterly derelict in this duty. The entire legislative session is an assault on basic rights. You're losing the consent of the governed. Your course of action violates not only your oath of office by infringing on constitutional rights, but also violates the tenets of natural law. Your hubris is not grounds to change any of these facts. And if I could end with a quote, I'd like to. Parents know what's best for their children, and that's all I'm going to say. I'd like to know if you know who said that.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for John? Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Who said it?
Chairman McCrory.
I'm about to say, you know, it's funny. I was going to say, I said that last year, but I didn't want to be out loud.
Well, thank you very much.
And I will always have massive respect for you for saying that.
Appreciate you.
And I appreciate you too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for pointing out that criminals don't follow the rules and the law, because that is exactly what people do. They're criminals that abuse their children, and they're not going to follow this law or any other law. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Comments? Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Up, Diane Connors, followed by Stephanie Tomaszewski. Be prepared.
Hi, I'm Diane Connors, the founder and current co-president of Connecticut Homeschool Network. My 10 kids are all now adults, and we're doing second generation homeschooling now. And I'm not filing a notice of intent. I've proved my mettle. Okay, so what strikes me about this bill is the complete disconnect in communication. We have public school speak and homeschool speak, and they're like this. They are not hearing one another. That was very evident today with what Fran said. I'd like to sit down in a coffee shop with that lady. Okay, so she said, we needed help. They needed to offer resources, curriculum ideas, testing to make sure we're doing what we need to do. So here's some things you probably need to understand. Most homeschool parents have college degrees. The overwhelming majority of them have college degrees. However, in defense of those that do not have college degrees and have high school diplomas, homeschool curricula are so well designed, over 100 of them, that tests have shown the families that have parents with college degrees, the kids test out at an average of 89%. Those that do not have college degrees, the kids test out at 86%. That's pretty good. It's better than 50%. And it's certainly better than 50% that cannot read. We don't have that problem. Speaking of over 100 different curricula options, when the parents come to us because they're looking, if it's from birth and they know they're going to homeschool, they've already researched these things, they know the answers. We get the calls from the people that are in all sorts of horrible situations where they've got to get their kid out of school. It's not going well at all. And they're like, what do I do? How do I start? And we tell them, okay, first of all, we need to narrow down what you're going to do. We suggest a period of deschooling, which is a peaceful transition from going from a difficult situation and gliding into the homeschool situation and figuring out what your choices are going to be. There are very simple free online quizzes for the parents to take. You just answer the questions, knowing what your child likes. They can do it with you. It takes not even 5 minutes, and it will instantly give you numerical scores that will match up the various categories that these over 100 curricula will fall into. It could be unit studies, whatever the different style is, because we don't have one size fits all. You're kidding. Is that 3 minutes? Tutors, we have tutors. Testing, we have testing. Our kids can do Iowa testing. We have loads of testing. I did a a newsletter just a few months ago listing all of the different tests that they could take. We have many proms too during the year. And another thing, as far as equivalent instruction goes, we know that from district to district in Connecticut, the boards of education choose the materials that they're going to use. So do we. And
Diane, can you please summarize?
Sure. No. No to the bill. And Senator McCrory, how many times are we going to do this? You helped us last time, and I hope you're going to say no this time.
Any questions for Diane? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and thank you for being here today, Diane. Earlier, somebody was testifying about some of the abuses in schools. Are you aware of those? Are you aware of the documentation of those abuses?
Yeah, we have, we started a Facebook page some years ago, maybe 8 years ago. And we were documenting cases that were coming out in the media having to do with unsafe conditions for children in public school. And from then until now, the growth has been explosive, especially in the last 6 months. The rates of abuse for educator misconduct, never mind the kids, that could be around 70%. Educator misconduct has been found to be 9.7% until most recently Psychology Today published a new study, and it is 19.7% K through 12 across the country. That's very concerning. Suicides, the bullying, that's just the safety factor. That doesn't even get into the education component of it, but it's National Children's Safety Issues. That's the name of the Facebook page. It's public, it's completely transparent, and it's very heavy furniture. But that's where we're at.
Thank you for that. And earlier, there was a study mentioned, the CARDIS study was mentioned by CRHE. Are you aware of any studies that would be not in agreement with that particular study?
Yeah.
Are you able to share that?
Yeah, the CARDIS study is not actually a study. Our beloved CRHE likes to misrepresent facts. They cherry pick and they misrepresent facts. The entire United States of America homeschool community knows this, and much has been written about it. As far as that study goes, it's not a study, it's a survey. Very different. However, there is research that was just published yesterday from, let me see, I think it was Brian Ray from N. Harry, and he addressed the math gap. They misrepresent the math gap. I mean, I'm not going to, the study is very long. I can get it to you. And also with college enrollment is down across the board. That's not a homeschool issue. And the implication that perhaps the kids aren't, able to go, they're not academically able to go, which is a bunch of hogwash, because the fact is, if you talk to, I have an adult child with a PhD who teaches in a Connecticut college, university, and you have kids that come in and they are not able to read. He sees it, and he's not the only one. I have many family members that are teachers, and they see it. These kids are just not able to function at grade level. And it's sad. I mean, they want to be with the kids. They want to work with the kids. But anyway, when there's a certain agenda going on to just discredit home education and to put forth that nobody's perfect. I would never in a million years say that, there aren't ever a problem in the homeschool community, but we have laws in place for that, and they do work. How do I know they work? Because I'm on the phone with people that get reported to DCF when they're freaking out. And so is Attorney Stevenson. So we know that this is real. Do they get substantiated? Rarely, very rarely. So nobody's disputing that, but you know, they have their own ideas about things. And this study here is an actual research study by people that have been doing this for at least 30 years. It's quite lengthy, and I will send it to you, but it completely discredits what was said earlier.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I probably should have said this at the beginning of the meeting. This is not for you, Diane, but, and I probably should have just said this when we first started our committee meetings. Please ask your questions through the chair, because I don't want those people who are speaking for us to feel like there's a back and forth. So please, as we continue forward, ask your questions through the chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie. Leslie.
My name is Leslie Wolfgang, and I oppose 5468. I am the Director of Public Policy for the Family Institute of Connecticut. You'll hear from hundreds of homeschooling families today, and I know you genuinely appreciate and applaud what they are doing. But I also know the bill sponsors are actually trying to help the children who would not be here today, who may not be receiving an adequate education, or even those who may be abused. It is entirely noble, but this bill will not effectively help those children. Unfortunately, school administrators could be easily hoodwinked. The bill also has giant loopholes regarding trying to detect abuse. It probably won't help these children, but it is definitely causing a lot of distress for homeschoolers. I'm testifying on behalf of many of our members who are feeling this distress. These families homeschool, at least in part, to avoid certain teachings in public schools that conflict with their deeply held religious beliefs, particularly around sexual ethics and gender identity. If you want to understand the kinds of topics parents are concerned about, take a look at the website of the State Education Resource Center, CERC, referenced in line 241 of this bill. Their training and materials emphasize topics such as gender, identity politics, preferred pronouns, boys and girls sports and bathrooms, and trauma-informed practices designed to create LGBTQ affirming environments. Good people disagree about these policies, but you should understand the alarm homeschool parents feel when they see in this bill that CERC could be designated as an organization to review a family's demonstration of equivalent instruction. Even if CERC is not currently evaluating sexual or health education, families worry about where those standards might go in the future. For example, this committee regularly considers proposals that require comprehensive sex education as part of mandated curriculum. CERC is not neutral on gender issues and is basically a mandated reporter to DCF. DCF has removed or threatened to remove children from homes where there was no finding of abuse, but where parents refused to affirm a child's gender identity. When parents put those pieces together, teachers trained on these topics, families leaving public schools because of them, homeschooling at great personal sacrifice, and then potentially being reviewed by the same organization with mandated reporting authority, it creates very real fear. Finally, I ask you to review closely the section preventing parents from withdrawing their child to homeschool if they have a DCF order or are receiving protective services. Sometimes homeschooling is the balm needed to help a family stabilize and heal. Please consider adding flexibility to that provision so that it is possible for these families to withdraw their child under proper monitored conditions to homeschool. Thank you to the legislators and to the staff working behind the scenes who are managing the Zoom really effectively.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. Next up, we have Miriam Abdul Twab. Miriam?
Hi, good evening, good morning. My name is Mariam Abdul Tawab, and I'm a resident of Hamden, Connecticut. I'm here today as both an educator and a homeschooling mother to respectfully express my strong opposition to HB 5468. I'll start with something we all agree on. Every child deserves to be safe and protected. Connecticut already has an agency responsible for protecting families. Unfortunately, we've seen repeated instances where that system has failed the very children it was meant to protect. So if the true concern here behind this bill that's before the committee is truly child safety, then the conversation should focus on strengthening these systems that intervene when children are in danger, rather than placing new oversight on families who are lawfully educating their children at home. HB 5468 proposes measures such as checking whether homeschooling families have open cases with DCF. I ask you to consider the precedents this sets. If I were to enroll my child in a public school, my family is not subjected to that type of scrutiny. But under this bill, families who choose any alternative form of education would be treated differently simply for exercising a legal educational choice. What should be scrutinized are the agencies failing these children. The magnifying glass must remain on our state's child protective agencies. As we've seen today and across the country, teachers are choosing to homeschool their own children, and I am one of them. We must ask the question, why? Why would someone coming from 3 generations of public school teachers and giving most of her adult life to her students choose to homeschool? Why has becoming a mother or a father changed so many of our perspectives? Is it because of declining school culture, safety, or the actual instruction? Which brings me to another part of this bill that is deeply concerning, the proposed demonstrations of equivalent instruction. Connecticut law already makes it clear that parents are responsible for educating their children when they homeschool. The public school system having oversight to our instruction is something that we have already rejected by the simple decision to homeschool. We have already said no thank you, and now we must say it again. We do not want their input on equivalent instruction, not when this input has shown to continuously fail children in schools throughout Connecticut and this nation. Families who make the choice to homeschool often do so because this traditional system is not meeting their children's needs. Some of us are gifted learners who no longer have meaningful enrichment opportunities. Others struggle in highly standardized environments. We also know that anxiety among school-age children has been rising exponentially, often tied to testing pressure and rigid academic expectations. Many of us homeschool because we want to provide a healthier, more individualized learning environment for our children. Homeschooling is not neglect. Homeschooling is love. It is a thoughtful and intentional decision made by parents who are deeply invested in their children's education and well-being. I respectfully urge this committee to reject HB 5468 as it is and protect the educational freedom Connecticut families have responsibly exercised for decades. And I will close with this. Please do not attempt to fix the failure of institutions by placing suspicion on families who are simply exercising their right to educate their children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Miriam? Seeing none, thank you once again.
Thank
Susan
you.
Hogden, followed by Deborah Stevenson. Oh, Stevenson, I'm missing the N. And Katie Carlson. Susan?
Good morning. I'm Deborah Stevenson, attorney for National Home Education Legal Defense, and I have been protecting the rights of parents for about 30 years. I'm here tonight, or this morning, to ask you to vote no to the bill in its entirety. Why am I doing that? Because you cannot adopt it. There's very many reasons why you just simply cannot adopt it. The first point I want to make is that the thing that started this whole thing is the OCA's report on May 5th. claiming that her figures and charts in her little report were the basis for why there's so many problems with homeschooling and you need to regulate it. Well, I want to tell you today that that report has been debunked by 2 statisticians from the University of Connecticut. And they say, they reviewed that OCA report, and they say that it is missing crucial information. There is no statistical analysis in it, and it can't be relied upon. So it's kind of worthless. So that's not a basis for you to adopt it. You can't adopt it on that basis. Secondly, the Department of Education Commissioner says the procedures in this bill and in SB 5, where you're automatically sharing the information to agencies, other agencies like DCF or the Department of Ed from the local school district, that law, that part of the proposed law violates federal law. Commissioner says that they're unable to comply because it violates federal law. And not only that, but you will risk losing millions of dollars. Commissioner says this, millions of dollars in federal funding if you defy that federal law and share that information. So you cannot adopt this law at all. There's some thought that, there's exceptions to that. Well, there aren't any exceptions to that if you actually read the FERPA law. And there's no exception because in that case, the exception I think she's relying on is that you can share it with child welfare agency caseworkers, but only when they're responsible for the core care and protection of the student, and the agency or individual is engaged in addressing the student's educational needs. That is not the case here. This bill calls for automatically reporting to any other DCF and other organizations. So there is that exemption, so-called, does not apply in this case, so you cannot adopt it on that basis. In addition, the DCF commissioner says in her testimony on this bill that it would be impossible to process the 2,000 students per year withdrawing from the public school system because she has no money or staff. One other important thing when I would like to summarize this and leave you with this, the most important thing is that the Constitution of the state of Connecticut does not allow you to spend any money from the school fund on anything other than public school procedures. So if you're intending to spend money on sharing information and requirements for uploading information from people who are not enrolled in the public school system, you are absolutely violating the Connecticut Constitution. In fact, that portion of it says no law shall be adopted spending any money from the school fund on anything other than the public schools. I have more, but I'll end there. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Dolphin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, Deb, for coming today, for your testimony. We're trying to make policy and regulations on information that we don't even know about yet. These are open investigations, both with Mimi Torres, both with the Waterbury child or adult. Can you just speak to that with regard to our inability to access that information? I mean, we're in the process sitting here of making new laws, new bills with regard to that. Can you just speak to that?
Certainly. In both cases, the Waterbury case and in Mimi's case, both children were enrolled in the public school system. In the case of Waterbury, that child was enrolled for 5 full years, and everyone, according to the principal, everyone in the school system knew that that child was being starved for 5 full years because they were giving him food because they could see him rummaging through the garbage and stealing food from others. In the case of Mimi, again, she was enrolled the entire time until after June 21st. In fact, in August of last year, that's when the parent went to the public school system to supposedly withdraw the child from enrollment. And why was that? She went on the very day that that child was supposed to show up for her classes on the first day of school for the next year. So that's, and if the judicial website is correct, that the murder of Mimi occurred in June, the end of June of that year, and the parent went in August, well, that means she went in, presumably, because she had no other way to say why the child was not going to show up, because maybe she was dead. But the more important part is we don't have all the evidence. We don't have all the facts in either of those cases. Those cases, even the OCA said her investigation, such as it is not complete. Those cases are being investigated. They are being prosecuted, and the evidence has not come out and won't come out until the trial of either one of them is complete. And that's another point I would like to make, because how can you make any policy when you don't have any evidence before you? You don't know what the problem was that caused DCF to fail, to cause people to be harmed and killed on DCF's watch. How can you fix that problem if you don't know what it is? That's why we have called for an independent investigation by some objective authority to find out exactly what went wrong with DCF, what went wrong with the agency policies or procedures. And then you can make policy to fix that problem. But now you're just flailing in the wind, blaming homeschooling or blaming, parents who withdraw their children from public school for what? For Mimi's death? For the 20 years, of captivity of the Waterbury student? It doesn't make any sense. And again, that's another reason why you can't adopt this law.
Thank you. And through you, just one more, I guess question would be about the courts and information being open to the public. If you could just speak to that a little bit. Thank you.
Yes. I truly believe that a lot of what's going on here, that the failures of DCF or the police, or in not catching these criminals who are abusing and neglecting these children, is because when DCF, an abuse and neglect case happens, it happens behind closed doors in the court system. Now, why are the doors closed? We have Article 1st, Section 10, I believe, of the Connecticut Constitution that says very plainly and clearly, all courts shall be open in this state. Yet we have courts that are closed. Now, if a reporter were sitting in there, say the case of Matthew Tirado, he was before these recent cases, he was starved to death by his mother. She's been prosecuted, she's in jail. But what happened there? There were many reports. Again, that child was enrolled in the public school. Eyes were on the child. And he got reported, the mother got reported to DCF multiple times. DCF went to the house with the police or whatever, and she wouldn't open the door. So what happened then? DCF, to its credit, filed a petition for neglect against the parent, and then went to the court, the closed court. And what happened there? Well, the judge issued a capias for the police to go and bring her in. Well, when they returned to court without the mother, the judge asked, well, where's the mother? And the attorneys there said, well, and DCF, we knocked on the door, police knocked on the door, she wouldn't open the door, so I don't know what to do. And 46 seconds after this court hearing started, the judge said, okay, case dismissed. Okay, now if a reporter were sitting in that courtroom and less than a minute goes by and says, well, she won't answer the door, so we'll just dismiss the case, that should have been widely spread and stopped right there. But 2 weeks after that court case, the child was dead.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Did I have to go back? Did I miss someone? 210.
What question?
210. Suzanne?
Thank you.
Oops,
Suzanne,
yes, I'm here.
you're up.
Yeah, sorry, storms, internet keeps going out. Thank you for having me. My name is Suzanne Hodgson. I'm from Cheshire. I am giving my testimony on HB 5468. I oppose. There are many reasons I chose to homeschool my 3 children. Just a few are the ability to learn at their own pace, to spend more time on subjects that interest them, and to instill in them a love of learning. I am asking you to vote no to HB 5468. It is a violation of parental rights, overburdens DCF and local schools, and does not increase the safety of children. Plainly, the right to see to the education of my children are my responsibility, not the state's, as you've already heard multiple times today. The 3 tragic cases of abuse that are stated as the reason for this legislation are due not to homeschooling, but DCF failure. The children were not homeschooled. There's a difference between homeschooled and truant. And has been stated before, they were investigated by DCF. We've heard testimony in the past that they are already overworked. Now you're going to add to that workload. What happens when an inevitable mistake happens and a child cannot be withdrawn? How is this going to be enforced? How can parents or guardians appeal the decision to treat all citizens equally? Are you going to send the names and education files through the pipeline to DCF of the public school system? I bet that will go over just as well. On the question of proving equivalent instruction, standardized tests that I think has been fully explained how that wouldn't work, or a portfolio review that no one is going to look at, or so we've been told, which tells me you're just wasting my time. The stats for public schools are absolutely abysmal. My suggestion to you is to focus on the public schools equivalent instruction. I'd like to add one aspect of a homeschooler's life. My children get questioned by everyone in the community on what they are learning, be it the cashier at the local grocery store or a docent at a museum. No one constantly questions public school kids. If you decide to ignore the thousands of parents opposing this bill, how exactly do you expect to handle the manpower needed for local communities to implement these statutes? Who exactly is reviewing tens, if not hundreds, of portfolios every year? The teachers that are already there and already overloaded, or is your solution to raise taxes even higher than they already are? You say we must pass this to keep children safe. If parents are such a danger to their children, what about birth to 5 years, summer break, winter break, all of that? I think you get my drift. If public school is so safe, why do we see reports of misconduct, abuse, sexual and other, for school faculty and staff several every year? This is nothing new. When I was in a high school over 35 years ago, my best friend was raped by her school softball coach, and the swim coach was fired for sexual abuse of several boys on the team. I was fine because I was a girl. Not interested in me. The fact is, we already have laws and regulations on the books regarding abuse, regardless of where it comes from. Do we all want children to be safe? Of course, but we don't violate the rights of an entire group of innocent people, not in the USA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Susan? Seeing none, thank you. You want testimony? And now we're gonna go to Deborah Stevenson, Katie Carlson. Followed by Alicia Fernandez, followed by Brittany Landry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for being here all so late. I wish that I was there in person, but I did enjoy my time there earlier today. My name is Katie Carlson. I was born and raised in Connecticut, and I now reside in Harwington, and I'm in opposition to HB 5468. I'm a second-generation homeschooler, and I'm here to say that homeschooling Connecticut works without any regulations. The homeschool community has grown immensely since I was a student, and that alone should speak to the safety and the efficacy of parent-directed learning outside of the public school. So what is this bill all about? Representative Leeper earlier said that a student doesn't even have to appear in person for an annual review, so it's not about safety. She said that the portfolio bar is set very low, so it's not about education. Why even bother? DCF involvement, annual intent portfolios, reviews, and part-time enrollment is not here to help the homeschool community. We've all seen we don't need help. I don't agree with the studies that show students are less safe outside of the public school. The National Home Education Research Institute shows the opposite. Putting these regulations in place is not going to stop poor parenting or criminal activity. Criminals don't follow the law. The opportunity for misunderstandings and overreach will hurt homeschoolers. You can't legislate morality. I think this bill is full of good intentions, but good intentions don't automatically produce good outcomes. The possible harm to the homeschool community doesn't require malice, but it can happen just with impact, even if it starts with good intentions. Historically, good intentions don't always lead to good outcomes. We could all probably agree that anytime the government gets involved, it doesn't necessarily fix problems, it sometimes creates new problems. When money, power, and praise enter the picture, it's difficult to near impossible for intentions to stay pure. Does this bill lead to good outcomes? Is it creating freedom or control? Is it empowering people or is it making them dependent? Is it building transparency or is it protecting authority? In summary, as representatives, your job is to represent individuals in the state, not organizations, not unions, not departments. I myself and many others here today have please ask you to drop this bill and take the time to fix the broken DCF and the broken public school system. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Any questions? Again, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we're gonna try to get some people who are in the room their opportunity to speak. 214, Brittany Landry.
Good morning, members of the Education Committee, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Brittany Landry. I'm here to testify in strong opposition to HB 5468. I am a successful Connecticut homeschool graduate, a graduate of the University of Connecticut, and a homeschooling mother of 3. I've been in and around the homeschool community here in Connecticut for almost 30 years, and I can speak as both a successfully homeschooled child and a current homeschooling parent. There are so many questions that have been discussed about this bill, but I want to revisit one of my largest concerns, the equivalent instruction language. This bill states that a parent shall show that such a child is receiving equivalent instruction in the studies taught in public school by providing a demonstration of equivalent instruction, and it goes on. My question is, equivalent to what? According to the Connecticut State Department of Education's Condition of Education report, only 47.2% of graduating public school students met college and career readiness benchmarks last year. Is that our equivalency standard? Or maybe it's simply the right to a minimally adequate education and the right to literacy defined by the Supreme Court case Gary B. versus Whitmer. Or maybe it's a standard that to a specific Connecticut public school. Which one? Hartford, Willimantic, Westport? This legislation would require homeschoolers to be held to a yet undefined definition of equivalency. It provides no defined standard, no defined guidance for how equivalency will be measured. It simply includes a placeholder. Are we truly considering passing legislation with a to be determined equivalent requirement, a placeholder to be filled in later? That is not responsible lawmaking. How will equivalency be demonstrated for gifted children or for those with special needs? Will they receive the same accommodations and supports that are granted to the public school students if they're held to the exact same standards? The bill does not make any provisions for these cases. I myself have one child who's incredibly gifted in math and was working through high school math at the age of 10. I have another child who struggled to pick up reading, but who's incredibly talented in science, creative problem solving, and storytelling. They both thrive specifically because they are not held to the same standards as the public school system. Are we now going to ask families with these kinds of students to prove they are meeting some undefined standard created by the very institution that failed most of them? This makes no sense. I know that my children and the children of all these families who testified today will not be part of the 53.8% of high school graduates who don't meet readiness benchmarks, specifically because these children are not held to the same educational standard that our state public school system provides. They're held to a much higher one. That being said, in conclusion, I respectfully and strongly urge each one of you to vote no to this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. Number 215, Tammy Scott.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see. My name is Tammy Stott. I am born and raised a Connecticut resident. I'm a military veteran, wife of a veteran and mother of 4 daughters. I'm here today to strongly oppose this bill, House Bill 5468. When I raised my right hand to serve the United States military, I swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. That oath was not about politics. It was about protecting the fundamental freedoms that define our nation, including the freedom of families to raise and educate their children according to their values and convictions. As a veteran, I take this responsibility seriously. As a mother of 4 daughters, that responsibility is deeply personal. On that personal note, my husband and I have chosen private education for our 3 youngest children. Like many families across Connecticut, we carefully considered our daughters' needs, our family values, and the environment we believe to help them grow into capable, responsible young women. That decision was not made lightly. In fact, we spent a lot of time in trial and error phase, from public education, failing public education, to charter, and finally resting in a beautiful small community private Christian school. It reflects our commitment as parents to take full responsibility of our child's education and their future. They are all thriving, happy, and extremely healthy and kind. Their future is certainly bright. In fact, last year, our 10-year-old daughter, Adeline, 14-year-old daughter, Lillian, and 13-year-old daughter, Ella, all competed in the state Chet Dream Big competition. Adeline was a first prize winner, and Lillian was the second. This bill represents a significant shift in Connecticut's longstanding approach to parent-directed education. For generations, Connecticut has recognized that parents may provide education outside of the public school system without intrusive oversight. Families like mine are not asking the government to fund our educational choices. We're not asking for special treatment. We're not asking for ruling. We're simply asking to retain the freedom to educate our children in the way we believe is best. As a veteran, I did not serve this country to see the freedoms we defend gradually narrowed here at home. The liberties we protect must remain strong for our American families right here in Connecticut. This is not my first time here testifying at the Capitol. In fact, we have spent the last decade of our lives raising our children in the state of Connecticut, and it feels very unfair and an unnecessary challenge with the majority of our state legislature having to have a bill tracker set to my texts and emails every session makes me feel like the state is always intruding in my home. In summary, I am raising 4 daughters to understand service, responsibility, and the value of liberty. They are watching how their government treats families like ours and those all here today. I end with a simple message. The strength of our country begins at home, parents, not the state. They are the first teachers, the first protectors, and the first decision makers in the child's life. And just like the veterans who gave ultimate sacrifice for this country, a parent would naturally do the same for their child. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Tammy? Tammy, thank you for your service.
Yep.
Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I just have a comment. First of all, thank you very much for being here. We've heard from a lot of homeschoolers, but we haven't heard of many people that have taken their children out of school to go to a private school or a charter or a magnet. And so I was hoping that we would. So I'm glad you're here for that. But I also want to thank you for the service that you gave our country. And I want to congratulate you on your 4 daughters. I have 2, and you're doubly blessed. So congratulations.
Sure am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other question? Thank you again, Tammy. Number 216, Matthew McMahon.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dr. Matthew McMahon. I have a PhD in physics from Vanderbilt University. My wife, Carissa, graduated summa cum laude from Drew University with honors and has homeschooled all 5 of our children. Our oldest is an honors student at CCSU in the education program. We live in New Britain, and we oppose raised Bill 5468. I want to focus on certain claims made by CRHE. In their written testimony, CRHE flagrantly engages in the worst sort of statistical cherry picking. They cite a bare statistic of alleged abuses in homeschool families without disclosing either the total population of homeschooling families or the number of years across which those events were collected. Set aside the serious questions I have over the quality of their data. It is professional malpractice as a matter of quantitative analysis to cite a numerator without the corresponding denominator. To be clear, these shenanigans do not offend me primarily as a Christian homeschooling father. They offend me as a professional scientist and competent data analyst. We've repeatedly heard today members wondering what is in the bill that should alarm homeschoolers. It is precisely what is not in the bill that alarms us. This bill would give carte blanche to unelected bureaucrats working hand in glove with out-of-state, far-left professional paid activists like CRHE to dictate what constitutes equivalent instruction. And the anti-Christian bigotry of these professional activists is exposed in the risible yet alarming claim in their written testimony on page 3 that the separation of church and state somehow demands the separation of child and parent when it comes to religious instruction. This flies in the face of the First Amendment and Supreme Court precedent. Most critically, the instruction my wife has given our children is not equivalent to what is on offer in the public schools. It is superior, that's the whole point. We pay exorbitant property and income taxes to fund a public education system whose resources we are not consuming. Meanwhile, 40% of New Britain high school students are chronically absent and just 30% are college ready. $18,000 per kid per year. Forcing my wife to go hat in hand for curriculum approval to a school system with such pathetically anemic results recalls the famous biblical analogy of straining out gnats while swallowing camels. This bill infringes on educational freedom, violates the Constitution and federal law in summary, and puts truly vulnerable children at greater risk. I urge this committee to reject it. Please ask me about Richard Feynman, and I thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Zolkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for testifying and your daughter going to become a teacher. We have a major teacher shortage in this state, and hopefully she'll bring all those values that you've installed with her.
She loves kindergarten.
And they'll love her being in kindergarten. And you wanted just to tell us one more thing. Would you just tell us that, please?
1974, the Nobel Prize winning physicist Richard Feynman gave a commencement address at Caltech. It's a famous address that I recommend to all of the homeschool families here in your high school science curricula. It's called Cargo Cult Science, except the Tumorscheids, because I'm sure they've already looked at it. In that address, the point that Dr. Feynman made was that scientists, when they are speaking to lay people, and particularly to decision makers in government, have an ethical responsibility to bend over backwards to show how maybe they're wrong. I want everybody on this committee, and I thank you all. I'm very impressed that so many of you are still here on both sides of the aisle after such a long night and morning. The silent applause is for you all. I want you to consider whether the testimony you heard from the CRHE representatives earlier today represents that kind of epistemic humility that scientists are supposed to exhibit in their professional capacities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, just a quick comment, because you talked about CHRE, their reporting failure or some of the confusing information that they were giving that was inaccurate. From what I understand, and I could be wrong, they were the only people, the homeschoolers at the table with regard to the development of this bill, as I understand it. So you can see kind of where it's coming from. Don't know that for a fact, but I've been told that by several people. But thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have 218, Amy.
Good morning. Feels good to be 218. Feels bad to follow Dr. Matthew. My name is Amy. Amy Millardi. I reside in Oxford and I oppose HB 5468. Including my children, we're fifth generation here in Connecticut. I do not share the sentiment that I'm just going to pick up and leave. I love Connecticut. I'm going to stay here. Even though this does feel like an attack on my personal freedom today. I've been here all day and I've already testified in the Public Health Committee. I appreciate every single one of you still remaining. I know that hearing was cut short. I believe our rights should remain as stated in Connecticut General Statute 10184. I have two children. There's 17 years between my children. I feel like I've lived two separate lives. My 26-year-old, I had to fight for his special education IEP in 4 different districts every time we moved. I went so far as to get an attorney that I paid for to help me, not to sue public school, but to actually give me transparency into what they were doing. And were they following the IEP? Because I couldn't figure it out. There was no data, and everything in the IEP said we were collecting data. Well, where was the data? I quickly learned that the $5,000 that I had paid for the retainer, I could have opened the window and thrown it out. It would have been better use because that retainer was used in one meeting, which I came better prepared for than the attorney that I hired. Needless to say, my son did graduate high school, thanks to God. I have a 9-year-old that I homeschool. We homeschool her for many reasons, but the first reason and the most important reason is to glorify God in everything that we do. That's the way we want to raise her, and we want to educate her to know God and make him the center of her life. When we wake up in the morning, we start with scripture. When we go to bed, we read the Bible. It's important to us. My daughter did start out in public school, kindergarten. She was the year of the masks. I have a photo of my daughter at almost 5 years old. She entered as a 4-year-old. Her birthday is November 1st. And she's wearing a mask and she has tears in her eyes. Within 6 weeks of being in kindergarten, they wanted to pull her out for reading. I will wrap up. For help, for intervention at 6 weeks entering kindergarten. My 9-year-old just finished Anne of Green Gables. She's an excellent reader, and she's been home with me for 4 years. And thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Wait, we have a comment, question.
Amy.
Senator Bertha.
Thank you for being here today and spending all day.
Yeah.
And thank you.
I didn't know I could pull it off. I'm tired.
I'm sure any of us knew we were going to pull it off, but we're all here. I'm sorry I had to wait so long, but thank you for sharing that very personal perspective as to why this is so important to you.
It's very important.
Yeah, thank you.
And we all homeschool for different reasons. That's the important thing to remember as well. Christ is the center of our life, but there's other reasons why people homeschool.
Yeah.
And it's all with good intention because we love our children.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I'm gonna go back Alicia Fernandez. It's a big difference. Alicia? Okay. We're gonna go to 215. Well, we did Tammy, did Brittany, did Matthew. Denise? Virtual? Denise, you need to accept the invitation to become a panelist. And while you're doing that, we're gonna go to Amy. Jay Case.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Good to see you guys.
We can't.
I'm here
see-
today. I'm here to
There you go.
today to oppose 5468. I started my day Wednesday reading to the elementary school kids in my hometown as their state representative. I will wholeheartedly work to make sure that our local school districts have what they need to continue and work with those children. We have done many things in this state, and we need to continue to support. And one thing is to work with them with their ECS equations and not regulate things like homeschool. My family has chosen homeschooling for the reason a few years ago, we had no choice. The religious exemptions made it so my son would be homeschooled. His mother was a public school teacher, is no longer a public school teacher, is now his teacher at home. When I say his teacher at home, they are never home. They are always out across the state of Connecticut doing things with many groups, educating themselves, educating our son for his future. It concerns me that this is crippling so many families across the state as we see it today with the testimony that has come forward. I was there for most of the day today in Hartford with my son and his mother, meeting with many families and talking with many in my office. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to see those families concerned on what the future is. You know, I heard many times today that, we're modeling this off of Tennessee and maybe New Hampshire. Well, coming home and reading on New Hampshire that March 11th, 2026, a House took vote up there to deregulate the homeschooling rules in New Hampshire. So what are we modeling off of? Are we going to model off of them deregulating it and not doing what we're doing right now? Like I said, there's many things that I could go over. I applaud all the people that are out there that came forward today and the many more that have to come and testify in front of you. I am a state representative and I am proud to do that. I will stand by my constituents and the people across the state to make sure that we do the right thing. The right thing is to not regulate and to applaud those who homeschool throughout our state of Connecticut. With that, sir, I'd have to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Zufkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you, Representative Case, for coming. I know we have many discussions about this, and I always love to hear what Jackson's doing and how great he's doing. When you talk about y'all are never home and you go across the state, interesting, and you may remember last year in this committee, a bill was proposed that we do that with our students and connect them to the tourism and to do things. And so you just reminded me, because back then I thought the same thing, is how we try to emulate homeschooling and what you do in our schools, but yet we're here. So thank you. Thanks for staying up with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Representative.
Through you. I'd just like to know, in the event that this bill does go through, what kind of unintended consequences do you see?
There's a lot of people out there that are very concerned. It's frustrating to sit in my position and see the backside of everything that goes on in Hartford. There's a lot more to this. And when this all began, we talked about a couple cases in the state of Connecticut that were pushing for this. That's wrong. Take a look at it. I beg anybody to come and spend a day with me or Denise on homeschooling and see what it's all about. I'm proud to be a homeschooling parent, and I'm concerned because there are many families out there that we are so lucky that we have such good groups and pods and co-ops and people out there to support us. My son is so well educated. The amount of things that we do and his curriculum here in the house in the morning before they take off and they go, it's impressive. And I bet you all those families out there who are here today to testify have the same thing. We're going to force people to make decisions that we don't want them to make, whether it's moving on, going elsewhere. I love Connecticut. I want to make Connecticut the best place that we can have it. We need to take this bill and revisit it and see what actually we're doing. Our school systems need us. Our school system as legislators need us. We need to work with all kids and educate all kids. I don't understand sometimes what the bill reads, the equalization of education. What are we standardizing? What are we looking at? What are we trying to equalize? What is normal? There isn't. Everybody has abilities. Everybody has different abilities. If we could put the word in the dictionary, different abilities, we would, because everybody has different abilities. Let's accept that. Let's move forward. Let's make every student, whether it's public school, homeschool, private school, whatever, let's make them the best they can be.
Well, thank you for your honesty.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're gonna go to 217. No, I'm sorry. Well, give me a second. I had two back in the right row. Oh,
I'm 217,
Oh,
Denise.
No, actually, Denise, just right. 217, Denise. I knew I was.
Oh, good morning. I've been following this from 10:30 when everyone started, and I did get a little confused with all the bills going on. Let me introduce myself. My name is Denise Burchell. I reside in Norwich, and I'm here today strongly opposing both bills. They call it the two bad bills in one, as it is labeled. I strongly oppose the HB 5468, the homeschool, the private, and the parochial school restrictions. As I go on with what I've written, I did homeschool my daughter 26 years ago, and it was much different 26 years ago. I mean, the school system, they didn't fight it. They worked with me, and it really worked. Now that sitting here, it just, the homeschooling, my daughter that's now grown has a daughter. She's going to homeschool, her daughter here in Connecticut. I'm also opposing the HB 5044, the bureaucrat vaccine takeover. We don't vaccinate, so we really don't have much of a choice but to homeschool. But we're not. I mean, that's okay. It works. It's beautiful. It lets children be children. They learn so much more. They just watching them grow in such a certain way. I didn't do well in school way back when, being severely dyslexic. They really didn't know what to do with me because I couldn't sit still. And so I do get it. I do get that everybody is different and everybody learns differently. Let's see. I'm also opposing the bill of the SB 450, the religious freedom killer. The bill is not just for the children, as I do believe that went on today with the bills. It affects everyone here in Connecticut and in the workplace. So without getting sensitive in all three bills, I want it known that I have lived in Connecticut my whole life. I was born in Hartford and raised in Glastonbury. I'm a mother of two grown children who now have children. As I mentioned, my daughter resides in Connecticut with her daughter. The vaccine bill, as I mentioned, the HB 5044, is alarming to me in such a way. I maintain a strong conviction in the First Amendment, established in 1791, prohibiting Congress from restricting the freedom of religion. Connecticut's
Can you please summarize?
So to make, well, I mean, okay, wrap it up, right? I don't believe in Government Lamont's bill, who took the religious exemption away. I strongly do not agree with interfering with the homeschooling, and that I really, okay, equivalent. It's a violation of our amendments. So with the homeschooling, the 14th Amendment and the possibility of the Fourth Amendment with the search and seizure, what are people going to do? You're going to come to our home and I mean, it's just, it's so unclear.
I'm gonna ask you to summarize.
It didn't leave a good feeling. So to summarize, I, Denise Birchall, oppose both bills, the HB 5044, HB 5468, and the SB 450. And I thank you for your time, and I'm asking that you vote no to all bills.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We're gonna go back to the people who are inside. 237, Catherine Mercado, followed by David Roseland.
Good morning. I am a Connecticut resident as well as a successful homeschool graduate. I have my bachelor's and my master's degrees. My husband is a public school teacher, so we have a unique perspective here. However, that's not the only thing that makes our perspective unique. We've been foster parents for almost 10 years. So when I say that the safety of children is very important to me, I mean it. I've comforted a six-year-old with an STD. I have held more than 2 babies with broken bones. I sit here before you with concerns about this bill that correlates homeschooling to being risky behavior that needs to be reported to DCF. We've already heard how the superintendents and the school districts are going to be taxed, but my question to you is, how much more is DCF going to be taxed? This bill is supposed to protect the children who need it, and while the tragedies that have occurred that brought this bill to today do need to be stopped, I fear that the valuable resources are going to be misplaced. It's for good reason that we don't assume that all parents have ill intentions. It seems to me that what we're talking about equates to stopping parents from walking out the hospital door with their newborns and investigating before they even leave. DCF can get it right, and DCF can get it wrong. And so I want to end with this. We already know that the minority groups are overrepresented in foster care. And I caution you because this link is a dangerous correlation between homeschooling and risky. Let's not make another minority group of people who clearly, we've seen today, they clearly love and educate and protect their children. Let's not make them suspects with a large number of DCF referrals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you for what you do for our most vulnerable population.
Thank you.
Really, we really thank you for that. Any questions, comments? Next, 238. We have David Rose.
It's 2:38 in the morning.
It's 2:38 in the morning. Oh, that's a musician. Perfect.
Perfect. Was meant to be.
I feel like I've been watching this all day. I feel like I know you. You've been on my little screen all day. I've had to hook up the little battery to it. Honored members of the Education Committee for the Connecticut Legislature, greetings and thank you for hearing us. I'm David Roseland, pastor of Preston City Bible Church in the booming metropolis of Preston City, Connecticut. I'm the father of 7 kids in homeschool, private Christian school, and public school. I'm the husband of a special ed teacher and a rock star wife. We've seen a parade of incredibly competent future statesmen today, and all those math geniuses and future scholars are, like me, in opposition to HB 5468. Please let me suggest 3 observations. I'm a pastor, it's kind of a habit. It seems there's a little bit of a subterfuge here in this bill. It's all in the phrase equivalent education. And the criteria for homeschool curricula are undefined, to be established later. And is it possible that we don't want to include some things that you want to include in curricular materials? I think most of us homeschoolers would include public school curricula as a reason for our choice to homeschool. Also, regarding the DCF power to permit or deny withdrawal, in section 1, subparagraph E2A and B, it says such withdrawal shall not be effective until the Board of Education notifies such parent or guardian that such child may be withdrawn following the receipt of a notice from DCF. By this, DCF is given the power of decision-making on withdrawal of a child from government school. So tons of people who assumed they would use public school and were disappointed or desperate are going to meet this DCF prison wall upon making the increasingly popular decision to withdraw. And that section 1, subparagraph E2A and B, is an attempt to block an exodus in that case. It seems. And so Moses said, "Let my people go," in the Exodus. Some of you have suggested that you would not use the power this bill gives the state. No one will check the portfolios. No one's going to be on a list, etc. I don't think many people believe that. You won't use the power that you give yourselves to accomplish your objectives. And I think we're in one step in the process of many steps to these objectives. That's my first observation. My second is you have admitted, it's the money observation, you've admitted this bill cannot function without additional resources. And that means more taxes, and so you're creating jobs, but you're increasing the tax burden on an already overtaxed population. And in the case of homeschooling families, higher taxes for DCF and the bureaucracy for the state education board means we'll be paying you to check up on us. And that seems like an absurdity to me. Why don't we save our money and time and not add a layer of bureaucratic busywork to our sacred mission of training our children? I say we file our taxes already because we render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, but our kids do not belong to Caesar. And that's really my third and closing observation. Obviously, we have a conflict of visions here, and I love you, and I love my state that I've adopted, having been born and raised in Texas, and I love both states I've lived in for most of my life, but I do love you, but I think I hate some of the ideas here. Proponents of this bill think completely differently about our children than we do, and that's really the issue. You think you need to track them, you need to know what our children are doing because you think they're yours to count, track, and report on.
Dave, can you please summarize?
Yes, sir. And you can't even get numbers on the homeschool kids. They're a black box. But that's not a bug to us, that's a feature. Do you know where we're coming from? We think they're our children. We think it's our responsibility to train them, and we're going to. And that's really the substance of my remarks. Again, I say it in love, and I don't have to like your ideas to love you. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Any questions? Okay, we'll go back to the internet. and have Diane Paz. Diane, 220. No Diane, 221. Bianca Petrofasci, 225. Lisa Amateur.
Good morning, Senator Bethel, Senator McCrory, Representative Zupkis, Representative Leeper, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Lisa Amatruda, and I am from Woodbury. I strongly oppose HB 5468. This bill represents unnecessary government overreach into the lives of families who choose to homeschool their children. Requiring parents to submit annual filings, maintain curriculum portfolios, and comply with additional reporting requirements places an unfair and burdensome mandate on families who are already deeply invested in their children's education. Parents have the fundamental right and responsibility to decide where, when, and how their children are educated. Homeschool families should be trusted to make those decisions without intrusive government overreach. Rather than imposing new regulations on homeschoolers, lawmakers should focus their efforts on strengthening the public school system, especially in core areas like reading, writing, mathematics, and other essential academic skills. According to the Education Recovery Scorecard from Harvard, Connecticut ranked 37th among states in math recovery and 29th in reading between 2019 and 2024. According to the Connecticut State Department of Education, only between 50 and 60% of students across all grade levels meet English proficiency standards in the 2024-2025 academic year. Improving outcomes for students in public schools would be a far more productive use of time and resources. Homeschool families deserve the freedom to educate their children without unnecessary interference. For these reasons and many others that were stated here today, I urge you to oppose HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, through you, Lisa, good morning. Thank you as always for your advocacy and your concern. And also, as always, thank you for your service to our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions for Lisa? Seeing none, again, thank you, Lisa. We go to Jim Stanton. No Jim. Jamie Pietro. Jamie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Hi, my name's Jamie Pihota. I'm a homeschooling mother of two, and it's currently our 4th year in home education. I'm here to state my opposition to House Bill 5468. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. When I hear the debate on equivalent instruction, it leaves such a bad taste in my mouth because it insinuates that our education is lacking. When the prospect of homeschooling became our reality, I spent months researching different pedagogy and curricula to find what would work best. Currently, only my daughter is of school age, and due to her late birthday, she'd be in 2nd grade. But academically, she is far beyond that. She loves learning and is reading about 2 to 3 grades ahead, and she's a grade ahead in math. Besides her academics, she's involved in multiple extracurricular activities, some with homeschool children and others with the general public. In comparison, my town has a reading proficiency of about 49%, and our math is lagging at 36%. And these metrics vary widely throughout Connecticut. So we can't really guarantee an equivalent instruction. I hear of bomb threats, loaded guns, drugs, and perverted teachers and admin almost daily. So we can't guarantee our kids' safety. CT has nearly 85,000 truant children. We speak so much about education equity, but what about these kids? Why aren't we using these resources to look into ways to get them back to learning? You keep saying you're trying to close the gaps. So why are we okay with these kids falling through them? The school to prison pipeline is a real thing, and respectfully, I don't think the homeschool community should be your worries. We keep hearing DCF is our safety net, but a recent audit showed that they have lost track of children over 3,700 incidents between 2021 and 2023. And you really can't save someone with a broken net. I'd also like to air my grievance with this whole legislative session. I'm a registered independent and usually lean Democrat, and I'm disgusted. Our community has been vilified under false pretenses, and we've watched as certain legislators mocked us. We've been called extreme lobbyists by a national lobbying coalition, and that irony is not lost on me. We know that blanket legislation will not prevent horrible people from doing bad things. We know it's already illegal to abuse and murder your children. Why on earth would you think that they would follow these parameters? This proposed legislation will just move the goalposts and potentially discourage loving parents from exploring other avenues if they feel the need to leave the public school system. My daughter recently finished reading George Orwell's Animal Farm, and if you're not familiar, it's an allegory into the rise of Stalinism. It involves incremental rights removed through coercion and propaganda. Please don't let life imitate art. This is not the history we want to repeat. Please vote no and kill this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Any questions for Jamie? Jamie, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. We're gonna go back indoors and we're gonna go with C. Marcella Korowski.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Marcella Korowski. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I hope that everyone enjoyed International Women's Day. I oppose HB 5468 because this is such an offense to me as a woman. The proposals in this bill tell me that I am incapable to parent and educate my children. The most offensive implication is that my children are not safe with me as their own mother, and that I have to check in with a government agency. If legislators do not believe that children belong to their parents, then it is apparent that they believe that children belong to the state, and this is unacceptable. A century after women's suffrage, we are our children's voice until they are of age to vote themselves. I find it interesting that women's rights have the support from the majority of the legislature when one chooses not to be a mother. Now, the majority of the legislature can vote to dismantle a woman's rights after she is already a mother. I find it offensive that for years, there are bills in which the state wants to override the decision-making of parents for their children. My children are gifts from God, and I conceived, gestated, birthed, and nursed them. Not one government official or employee is more invested in them than I am. And it is each lawful citizen's right to be safe and secure in their persons, papers, and homes. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you once again.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to 258, Naomi Lieber.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am here today as a former homeschool student. I also attended both public and private Christian school. And as a teacher, I taught in a public charter school and a therapeutic boarding school. So I've had quite an array of educational experiences. My husband is also an educator, and he's a special education case manager. We are both mandated reporters. With our wealth of experience, we have chosen homeschooling for our 4 children, one of whom has significant special needs, and all the accompanying therapy appointments. I also work part-time. I don't have time for extra paperwork or hoops to jump through. Any time I spend on meeting regulations detracts from the actual work of educating my children. I do not want to find my hands tied by the same excessive regulations that burden too many teachers in public schools. Rather than continuing talking about myself, I'd like to share some of my son's words with you. I will preface by saying that reading did not come easily to him. Written expression is still challenging, and he has had some significant attention and focus issues. But the freedom that we've had in homeschooling in Connecticut has led to what I'm about to share with you. He says, "Dear legislators, my name is Axel. I'm 11-year-old and I'm a homeschooled student in Connecticut. I think that being homeschooled is one of the best ways that a child would want to live. I like it that I don't have to work on a timer. If I can get my work done quickly, that's great. But when I need more time, there's not a problem with that. I like that I'm not in a class with a bunch of other people, so I'm not being distracted. I sometimes have a hard time staying focused, so it really helps that I don't have a lot of extra distractions. Music helps me focus, so I like that I can listen to music while I'm working. The soundtrack from The Village is one of my favorite things to listen to while I'm working, so you should check it out. That's his recommendation. If I'm having a hard time focusing, I can also take a walk outside, which can help me be ready to focus and get work done. I'm also writing a book right now, and I'm really enjoying developing the main character and the story. It's not for school, but I'm glad that I have the time to do it. What Axel talks about here are accommodations. They're accommodations that we would have to fight for in a traditional setting, but in a home-based education, they come naturally and they come with no stigma attached. Homeschooling is not just an acceptable option, it's an excellent option. And I hope you'll maintain the legacy of homeschool freedom that we've had in Connecticut. Finally, I heard someone earlier today indicate that the people testifying here should not be considered representative of homeschoolers. And I would like to tell you that the people testifying here today are absolutely representative of the homeschoolers in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. Next up, we're gonna go to 271. No, I'm sorry, 272. Wendy Sears.
Thank you all for still being here. I know that this is a this is a big struggle. My name is Wendy Sears. I'm from the small town of Scotland, Connecticut, and I'm here to share with you my strong opposition to HB 5468. I believe that this bill feels like it turns parents into criminals should they unenroll their child from public school, no matter the reason. Families will be targeted and tracked for opting to send their child to a private school, parochial school, or to homeschool. We unenrolled one of our daughters this year to attend a different school and could only imagine appearing on a DCF list for a potential interview related to this action. Seeing as tens of thousands of students have left the public school system since COVID, it's hard to fathom how the under-resourced agency of DCF would have managed those referrals. Legislators would be better served by strengthening the public school system, making classrooms places of safety and academic achievement such that families want to return to the schools rather than punishing them when they leave. Strong-arming families into complying with surveillance and enforcement actions when they have committed no crime is a step in the wrong direction for Connecticut. I had a couple of observations as I was listening to testimony throughout the day today. There was something that Representative Wiellander said where she suggested the way that homeschool families might share the learning of their children could be quite flexible, and they could do that in any number of different ways. I find that kind of ironic because we have twin daughters, and they were both very advanced in school because we worked with them a lot when they were little. So they went into preschool at age 3, and in grade 1, they both moved up to grade 2. So right now they're juniors in high school, and they started their junior year at 14, both of them. So they're both pretty smart cookies. And they found that during elementary school, when they were trying to learn math and they were doing Common Core math, they would come home and just in tears and just throw their stuff on the ground, and they would say, "Mom, we're learning these things in math, and I understand that 3 + 4 is 7. Why do I have to do it 17 different ways? And now I don't even know what 3 + 4 is." So to say that the way that you can understand how homeschool families might be learning or sharing, their education can be very flexible when the public school system is not flexible at all. So I had some other comments, but I'll leave you with that. I appreciate you all being here today and listening to all this testimony late into the night. So.
Thank you. Rep. Wheelander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make sure when I was making that comment that we were reflecting the norms that homeschooling families had grown accustomed to and the ability to match what was best for their child in demonstrating the knowledge that they were gaining. That was my goal in making that comment earlier. So I hope perhaps it didn't land the way I'd intended.
Well, I think that, can I rebut? Is that okay, Chairman?
Yes.
He's in charge.
Thank you. I think that one of the things that I found kind of bothersome throughout the day when people would testify and there was some back and forth was that there were assurances made all day long that this bill really wouldn't hurt anybody. And there were assurances all day that it'll be flexible and it will be easy and we'll work with you. And I've lived in Connecticut most of my life. I lived in Canada as a child, and then we came here in second grade. And so I've lived here almost all of my life. And I have found through the years that when legislation comes to be and there are assurances that it won't be that bad and things won't go that far and we'll work with you, or it's just temporary, that those assurances are almost never accurate. I find that most times when simple, easy, flexible legislation is put into place, that it very often moves in a direction that we don't want it to, and it becomes much larger and much more painful than we could ever imagine it being. And so I think that's kind of where I was going with this, is through hearing those assurances all day long, I just felt like it was not real and not honest, I guess. So.
I appreciate the feedback. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have, Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, Wendy, for being here today. I know I know Wendy personally, and she has shared with me many of her frustrations with much of the legislation that's come out of this building with regard to your small business and how impactful it is and how painful it is to deal with. But what I wanted to hear from you was the extra points, the other points that you weren't able to make because your time got cut off. Can you share those extra points?
So when we talking about like assurances and some of the kind of expert opinions, there was Fran Rabinowitz testify. I know a lot of people kind of talked about her testimony earlier today, but there are a couple of things that struck me about things that she said, and it felt like she was selling the legislation because she was looking for more to come out of it. So when she said, if we have the opportunity to evaluate a sixth grader and find that they're reading at the first grade level, then we can get them into the RESCs. And then she talked more about, well, obviously we'll need a lot of money and we'll need a lot of resources. And so it just seemed like we're taking this simple, easy, flexible bill that we're getting a lot of assurances about, and all of a sudden it becomes this raging monster that we have to throw a lot of money at. And then we want to take all of these students and get them into this monster that we've created. And so I guess that was kind of a part of what bothered me, and the fact that we're talking about taking a homeschool student who's in the sixth grade who might be reading at the first grade level, and we want to address that, but we have substandard levels of academics for, reading and math and sciences, and we're not addressing those, but we want to add another whole group of students into a system that is already failing our students. So Those are my other observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next up, 274, we have Cora Stover.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for staying. I'm now seeing double. I don't know if you are. I've dumbed my testimony down to this handwritten note because I'm tired. So, point one, I have constitutional concerns. SCOTA supports and backs parents in their education. Two, there is going to be an admin burden on schools, BOE, state ed, and parents, and we should also add in DCF. I have especially concerned for working families, single parents, families managing special ed, and medical needs. The third one is data collection and monitoring lawful abiding families, concerning our privacy without study that the collection is actually necessary. 4, burdens public systems and reviewing, judging feedback along with consequences. And then you're diverting funds from needed areas and children that are actually needing services. Strain on the welfare system, so that brings it right back up to the second one. And you have time, money, and energy, so that's also straining on people. And not just the homeschooling families, but also the systems that are at play. Monitoring regardless of need of homeschooling families or their wrong, if like they're not wrongdoing. There's the need is not there. And then unintended consequences. So admin complexity, discouraging lawful participation or create adversarial relationships between school systems, educational institutions, and families who are trying to do the best by their child, and creating transparency, which is one of the big things that we want in our democracy. We want the transparency. And I think that a lot of people today have said that they didn't feel like this was a very transparent bill. I propose that you keep the law as it is, so therefore I oppose the bill. If you really want safety for our children, which I believe we all do, that you would, and want to eliminate abuse and neglect, you bring it back to trauma experts, because trauma experts are going to be the ones who are going to recognize and how to stop abuse. And none of them say you do it from knee-jerk reactions, knee-jerk legislation, or dealing only with the abuse. You deal with victims and you go back up to the head and you look at what's going on. How did that happen? And so when we traumatize our youth, it is generally coming from a perpetrator who was also abused. So hurt people hurt people. And I'll finish with this little bit. So abuse occurs when our needs go unmet. Instead of overseeing homeschooling, perhaps we direct those money or those funds towards families who have a need without judgment, and then get them the help that they actually need and the support to thrive and heal.
Thank you.
I'll take questions if you need. Now I'm like, ding, wake up.
Anybody got a question? Quick comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, because it is 3 o'clock in the morning, we're all trying to stay awake. But Cora, I just want to say thank you because I know you testified probably about 3 hours ago in public health. So thank you for spending the day with us.
Oh.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Good.
Next up, Michael. $281.
Good morning, all. Like some of you, I've been here since the doors opened. So I heard a lot about equivalency today. Some questions that came to my mind. Our forefathers, what was the equivalency of their education? Your educations, what was the equivalency of that? Should we go back in time? Should we review that? Should we say your degrees are not what they are? Just some questions I have. I obviously oppose. What is the end goal of today? I've heard a lot of different holes poked in the cheese today. Is it money? Because you're losing a lot of funds as people don't go to your public schools and the federal government isn't giving it to you. Or is it power? You have a lawsuit on your hand. And are we trying to cut it off? Some clarity on today. This is not just about homeschooling, although we are a homeschooling family. This is about private schools. Well, I don't see a lot of private school families here today. Homeschools, you saw a lot of people here today. We put a lot into schooling. We lose money because of this, but this is a population that goes over and beyond, and it's witnessed today by everybody that was here. I had to take my time off today, single family income, so that I could be here today. One thing I wanted to say also is a little bit about myself, is I'm a volunteer of a youth group. Over 40 hours a month I put into this. And why is that important? Because I have a whole bunch of youth, over 30, that I need to look as individuals and see how can I make a difference in that individual's life. No different than homeschooling. We all look at our children in a lens that is right for that person. No institution can do that. So that's why we do it. I want to tell you a little bit about why we started homeschooling. It started way back when my oldest son was age 7, and they wanted to diagnose him with ADHD. That wasn't the problem at all. That was a simple solution. That's an easy solution. No, we didn't accept that. We homeschooled him. Amazingly, he was an altar boy. Anybody knows the Easter Vigil, and a boy could just stand there quietly all night long? That is not ADHD, I'm sorry. Now, that same boy has been homeschooled. Guess what? He is the youngest representative in my town ever. At the age of 20, he was a town rep. I have another son who is homeschooled, just graduated last week. We were able to slow his education down in the beginning because he needed some remedial, and we were able to accelerate it at the end so he can catch up and graduate with his friends. Amazing. He, on his own, would get up 5 o'clock in the morning. This is his choice, 5 o'clock in the morning to start his schooling day, because he and his friends started a business at 17 years old. Actually, it was 16.
Michael, will you please summarize?
I will. Absolutely. So here's what I'm going to say. You want to set a standard, an equivalency? Guess what? I set that with you. I said to your programs, no, I fired you. So who are you to come to tell me what the equivalency is and what we need to do? I rest my case.
Thank you. Any questions for Michael? So at this point, is there anyone else in the room that didn't testify that signed up to testify? So y'all just hanging here, hanging out with us? Y'all didn't testify and just want to hang out? All right. I get that. Trust me, it was a figure of speech. All right, let's go back to the mic. Let's go back to the computer. 244. What? 232. 232.
Hello.
Pam.
Yes. Hi, how are you? Good morning. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Pam Cashew, Legislative Liaison for TeachCT. So, proponents of the bill have repeatedly assured us of their good intentions to just keep children safe. That has not been my lived experience. So 2 years after I began working with TeachCT, the Sandy Hook Commission report was released. Although Adam Lanza was a graduate of Newtown Public Schools and never homeschooled, the commission recommended homeschool regulation. In 2018, the child advocate, Sarah Egan, released her initial report on the death of Matthew Tirado, Although Matthew was enrolled at Oak Hill School and never homeschooled, the advocate recommended homeschool regulation. But it was DCF who failed Matthew. DCF failed to check on Matthew when the sister reported that, like her, he was being hit. DCF failed to respond when Oak Hill School asked for meetings about Matthew's chronic absence. DCF failed to ask for temporary custody when Matthew's mother failed to show up for 5 court hearings. DCF was the entity that asked that Matthew's case be dismissed by the court, and the court complied in a 45-second hearing. Matthew died 2 weeks later. Please stop using that poor boy's name in connection with homeschoolers or child safety. In 2019, we faced the first Homeschool Information Forum. Like the forum in May last year, a real agenda was not available to homeschool leadership. Just like in 2025, the Child Advocate released another supplemental gotcha report the morning of the forum. Both the 2019 report and the 2025 reports have been debunked by academic researchers. Perhaps this history will help you to understand why we pause when we are told that this bill is offered with the best of intentions. There are some other items that I'd like to address that have been mentioned during the hearing today. The Connecticut Constitution does not guarantee a right to the child to an education. That is UN language. Rather, it provides that the state must offer a public education. These are not the same thing. It's been said the bill only has the school call DCF to see if there's an open case. That's not what the bill says. Children's records will be sent to DCF. That's more than a phone call. That's in lines 175 through 178. Current law doesn't require a parent to appear in person to withdraw a child from public school, by the way. The agenda of the bill is clear. It assumes the state is a better parent. Thankfully, the U.S. Supreme Court disagrees. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. 249. 249.
Hello,
Who'd
can you
you?
hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Um, My name is Injun Lee. I'm a mother and a nurse by profession. I am here to oppose HB 5468. I grew up and completed my elementary school in Republic of Korea, where I learned the value of democracy, especially equality and the ability for citizens to have a voice. This stands in stark contrast to North Korea, where individual rights are suppressed. That contrast shaped my deep appreciation for freedom and personal liberty. On the Democratic National Committee website, it states that the leaders should fight for equality, justice, and opportunity for all. It also says we are fighting for a heart of our democracy. These are the ideals I respect. However, as a homeschooling mother, a small minority in the education community, I do not feel that equality and justice is being extended to families like mine right now because my parental stewardship is being placed under suspicion. I have so many questions about the bill. I'm not familiar with the law lingo. I would love for someone to answer some questions if I'm misunderstanding. Because from what I understand, Section 2 gives broad authority to a single government entity, in this case, Department of Education, to determine how education will be approved and reviewed. Without clear limits, this could gradually expand into strict regulatory systems like those seen in New York and Pennsylvania. I personally know a parent who moved from New York to Connecticut for greater homeschooling freedom. She described her experience this way, and I quote, "It was very stressful. You have to wait for your district to approve and see if you're able to homeschool or not. Another stress factor is that they have to approve your curriculum choice. It takes a lot of time and a peace of mind from parents and teachers." So there was concern raised about child safety in regards to homeschool. However, research shows research from National Home Education Research Institute shows that school type itself is not a predictor of abuse. So when I see organizations like Education Committee Coalition for Responsible Home Education, as well as media who were at the Capitol for this hearing earlier, focuses on cases like Waterbury and Mimi Matthew Torado without full transparency, it is difficult not to conclude that the narrative is being shaped to label homeschooler as criminals. It's a push to agenda rather than prioritizing child safety. And I also found out that CRHE in their website, they have an article about parental right extremism.
Can you please summarize?
Yes. So, in conclusion, I believe that the resources should be sent to places like DCF to empower them to better their systematic approach of doing their investigation. Where in serious cases like this, they should have an open case investigation to find out what is the true source of the fallouts like these cases. And I strongly ask the committee to unite in this matter together and oppose HB 5468. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope that you guys all go home safely.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Did we miss anyone? Two 44. David Bush, 244.
Yes, David Bausch. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and all the Education Committee. I am speaking in strong opposition to House Bill 5468. My wife and I are parents to 5 children, 1 biological, 3 adopted through the state system, and 1 we are currently fostering through the state system. And we've also provided respite care for several children. And so you can kind of get where I'm getting to with this. I won't bring up what a lot of people have already brought up in regards to the DCF cases regarding Waterbury and Farmington, unless I'm asked about ties that I see. But having worked with the DCF extensively over the years, we find the department to already be short-staffed, overworked, ill-informed, and non-contiguous between its divisions in its current state. Some of this has been publicly acknowledged repeatedly by DCF staff and even the commissioner over recent years. We've grown to appreciate working with DCF, and we've even built friendships with some of the caseworkers. However, in our tenure as foster to adopt parents, we've experienced considerable issues. I have a lot written down here. I'll try to keep it concise. I'm hoping for some questions on this. But one common obstacle that we've encountered has been a high turnover rate of caseworkers. And I can't pinpoint exactly what it is. I think it's caseload. But workers would be transferred to another department against their will, oftentimes because there are vacancies that were in other departments in more critical positions. And when that happened, a lot of workers were transparent with us that they were not comfortable with it, and nor were they really equipped to transition to those positions. And multiple times, our foster cases actually languished, and some were even forgotten due to worker turnover. We had to contact them multiple times in order to get the ball rolling again. Paperwork was lost. We were actually asked for our personal information multiple times, even though they supposedly had it on file. And that was kind of concerning. We had one case of a new caseworker. I think it was maybe the second or third caseworker for our foster daughter at the time. She's now adopted. They came to do a home visit, and they went and they approached one of our boys, thinking that he was the child. And this was really shocking to us because clearly it indicated to us that the caseworkers, when they come into the position, they clearly weren't briefed and they weren't given even a picture of that, because not only was the child the wrong sex, but the
Can
child
you
was the
please
wrong
summarize?
ethnicity. Yeah. So really, I really want to put it in a nutshell. And there's a former DCF worker. It's critical to really understand the issues that are plaguing DCF right now. DCF exists as an extension of the judicial branch. It's to deal with the evil problems. Homeschool has really nothing to do with it. And I'd love to field some questions in regards to my experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Next up, we're going to go back to 235, Rebecca Segara. Rebecca, it's 3:23 at night. Are you going to come on or not? Well, who's next after Rebecca? Jennifer Tao, you're up next. 247.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Tao. I live in Glastonbury. I homeschooled my now adult children for 25 years. My son is number 284. He had to go to sleep. I would like to read his testimony, please, instead of my own. His name is Leo Tao. So this is his testimony. As a Connecticut resident who was homeschooled in this state for my entire childhood, I strongly oppose HB 5468. This bill seems to be predicated on the idea that homeschooling is limiting to children or will not grant them the same opportunities as public schooling. This was quite the opposite of my experience. The way my mother homeschooled fostered my curiosity, and as a deeply curious individual, I was able to explore a great many interests thanks to the freedom and flexibility homeschooling provided. My education expanded, not only encompassing math, science, geography, history, and English, but also percussion, guitar, ballroom dance, theater, circus, gymnastics, and short track speed skating. I had the ability to pursue my Olympic dream in speed skating, competing in many regional events as well as in France and the Netherlands. For more than one of my teammates, including a two-time Olympian, had to switch to homeschooling to chase those dreams as well. In my childhood, Connecticut was a state that made this easy, and it is painful to watch this freedom disappear. Another advantage I found for myself, my siblings, and many of my friends, as well as all of whom were homeschooled, was the flexibility to take community college courses at an early age, both to earn credits that could make the college experience easier and faster, and to become more prepared for college-level courses. What I did not see was my friends moving into their college experiences unprepared. In my group of roughly 20 homeschooled close friends, nearly all of us went on to earn undergraduate degrees, and several continued to graduate degrees. Many were able to graduate in 3 years thanks to the advantage of community college and the strong work ethic fostered by our education. Personally, I took 1 year of community college classes part-time. In the second semester of that year, I was able to travel to Utah to train full-time at the Olympic Oval and continue to pursue my Olympic dream. Following that year, I attended the American University of Paris, where I completed my undergraduate education in 3 years while running numerous student organizations and graduated magna cum laude with departmental honors. Not only did homeschooling nurture the global outlook that encouraged me to study in another country, it granted me the skills to balance the responsibilities of running a survivor advocacy organization, running a creative writing club, and completing 18 to 20 credit semesters while remaining on the provost list and maintaining a social life. This bill will not promote a better environment for education in the state of Connecticut. Rather, it will strip away the freedom of parents to provide their children with the kinds of opportunities that my friends and I were given growing up. Please vote no on HB 5468 and allow this state to be a safe place for parents to raise their children without unnecessary government overreach. And I presume you can guess that I am also opposed to HB 5468.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Jacqueline, 245. Jacqueline Miwa.
Miwa, good morning.
All right.
So members of the committee, my name is Jacqueline Miwa. I am a mother of 3 young children and a resident of Ledyard, Connecticut. I am here to respectfully oppose House Bill 5468. Before having children, my husband served active duty in the military. During those years, we lived in different states and saw many different approaches to homeschooling. Through those experiences, one thing that always stood out to us: Connecticut has some of the best laws in the country when it comes to protecting homeschool freedom. My husband and I both grew up here, and we always hoped to return here to raise our family after his service. One of the things I have often proudly shared about our state is that Connecticut recognizes something very important: that parents have the right and responsibility to educate their children. Under our current law, parents hold that duty, not the state. House Bill 5468 would introduce new requirements for homeschooling families, including registration, reporting, and demonstrations of equivalent education. While these may sound reasonable on the surface, they create unnecessary oversight for families who are already successfully educating their children. Homeschooling has a strong track record. Studies consistently show that homeschooled students often perform as well as, or better than, their public school peers academically and socially. Families choose homeschooling because it allows them to tailor their education to the needs of their children. My concern is that this bill opens the door to increasing government regulation over time. What begins as simple reporting can easily grow into greater burdens on families and shift authority away from the parents and towards the state. Connecticut's current system is working. Homeschool families are thriving and parents are faithfully fulfilling their responsibility to educate their children. I love this state. I grew up here and I built a wonderful community here. I want to continue raising my children here. I respectfully ask this committee to protect parental rights and oppose House Bill 5468. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none? Next. Katrina Pitt. Katrina?
Hello, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
I'm not sure why the video is not on, but hello, good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. Thank you for allowing me to testify. Thank you for staying all night into the morning. I'm Katrina Pitt, homeschool mom of 21 years from Wallingford. I have 4 children. I oppose HB 5468. It is illogical to believe that the public school system or government has more authority over a child than a parent. I'm extremely disappointed in the lack of logic from the members who support this bill and in the complete ignorance or dismissal of the Constitution in doing so. One of the main themes in our household is to be a principled person. If you are principled, it will carry you very far in life. It's what we tell our kids. To those legislators who are supporting this bill, why on earth are you not holding to the principles of our Constitution? If anyone in this state should do that, it's your responsibility. When is the last time you read and studied the document that you willingly swore to uphold? And why, if you are, why are you ignoring the citizens you serve? It's outrageous that those of you who are ignorant of homeschooling want to ruin it for law-abiding citizens simply because you can't put in the hard work and figure out how to fix a broken system. You want to punish innocent people, ignore the founding documents by which the citizens you are supposed to serve are to live by. I find this dishonorable, and it is overreaching your authority. If you want to make a difference, do something to pour more resources and funds into DCF. Train and encourage DCF workers. They are stressed and overworked. Stop sending these poor kids back to abusive families because the philosophy is to keep birth families together. Don't allow more than 20 calls from a private school principal to go into oblivion. These tragedies are simply horrific, and scapegoating law-abiding citizens is not going to solve the problems DCF has. Please, I beg of you, be principled and do something that bears fruit. This bill does not protect children. Recently, statisticians from Yale, UConn, and the University of California, Santa Barbara looked at the very data which you are trying to use to justify going after homeschoolers, and their scientific review showed that it should not be used for policymaking. These statisticians called the report meaningless and not a legitimate analysis. I urge you to use wisdom and listen to this. If this were a courtroom and we had lawyers or a judge upholding the law and the Constitution, this bill would be thrown out. I believe the Supreme Court would warn about what this might lead to. Who is paying for all of this unnecessary and unconstitutional oversight? This will substantially add to already struggling systems, and you've already heard from them. They don't want this. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I pray that you do what is right and uphold citizens' rights. I pray you would lay down your own agendas and your biases. I pray you'd put your biases aside and make a principled decision. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Any questions for Katrina? Seeing none. Next up, Elin C. I get it next.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Eileen Ciampini. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee for this opportunity to speak. I'm here as a homeschool mother to testify in opposition to HB 5468. I have been homeschooling my child for the past 7 years. I agree with many of the concerns already expressed earlier in this hearing by other homeschool parents. One of my concerns involves the requirement of equivalent instruction. These requirements are vague and as yet undefined, but my interpretation when reading the bill is that it is attempting to make homeschoolers comply with public school standards. The problem with this is that simply homeschool and public school are not equivalent. Homeschool is a customized education tailored to the developmental level, needs, and interests of the individual child. It involves the selection of curriculum, of which there are hundreds of choices, as well as seeking enriching activities and experiences. My child has thrived under this model of education. Parents are uniquely qualified to direct their own children's education. Requiring homeschool parents to provide curriculum for review and approval by a state-designated person places an unnecessary burden upon hardworking homeschool families. I personally have spent hundreds of hours researching, reviewing, and selecting curriculum that best fits my child. And this can change from year to year as my child learns and grows. Each homeschooling family that I know does things a bit differently from each other because homeschool is so individualized. So I cannot imagine a state or public school official being able to review and be familiar with hundreds of curriculum choices and to evaluate whether a curriculum suits a particular child, who the official does not even know. This would be awkward, intrusive, and more of a hindrance than a help. Parents know their children best. Another of my concerns with this bill is the automatic reporting to DCF of any family who chooses to withdraw their child from public school for any reason, including homeschooling. This treats homeschooling families as automatically suspect of abuse or neglect and creates distrust between families and the government. I do understand the intent of assuring. Excuse me?
Please summarize.
Okay, I understand the intent of assuring a children's safety, but as others have testified, there must be other more efficient and fair ways of doing so. And lastly, I'm concerned with requirements of the bill to create increased burden on public school and DCF staff who are already stretched thin. Also, requiring additional financial resources, resulting in an increased tax burden for Connecticut residents. So the bill attempts to fix something that does not need to be fixed. Homeschooling in Connecticut should remain parent-led and not be over-regulated by the state. Please vote no to this bill.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Ariana Fine.
Good morning. My name is Ariana. Having been at the Legislative Office building myself for over 15 hours today, or rather yesterday, I thank you for continuing to listen to our voices into the early morning hours. I am sparing you as my written testimony was worded much stronger and longer. but it is too late at night to be that irritated with a full-length letter. Please check my submitted opposing 5468 testimony later today, probably after getting some sleep and coffee, of course. So many before me spoke about many other issues with 5468 and supporting homeschooling. I am choosing to verbalize here about one very different aspect, especially this election year for you. With humility and pleading, I am speaking directly to the Democrat leadership who are really behind these bills and those on this committee. Please hear me. As a lifelong Democrat who is an active, elected Democratic Town Committee member and officer for a large Fairfield County town, what I have seen in Connecticut in the last 10 years has forced me to walk away from supporting the party and its local candidates. This is no longer my party and the party I supported. How could you have even lost me? The overreach and push to control with the coordinated, very coordinated HB 5468, SB 450, HB 5044, and SB 6 bills are sordid and one led only by Democrats. My submitted testimony here for this bill mentions all four for a reason. And the irony is not lost on me that I worked to get some of the people elected who are now potentially forcing me to leave my home state because of these bills and the slippery slope we know will come after. Please see that this synchronized approach is the centralized decision-making power in state agencies, overburdened school systems, and an unelected state official rather than the hands of law-abiding parents and a bipartisan elected committee. For those legislators who are hopefully on the fence about these four bills, I beg you to look at the big picture of what these bills control as a whole. I ask you to question the very coordinated, scheming effort by specific legislators and state officials sponsoring and forcing this group of bills. Ask why. Ask why now. Delve into whether this is also a money grab for student enrollment funding. Ask why there is a coordinated effort to target these specific groups that choose alternatives to the systems that harm them and their families. Ask why there is not such a serious coordinated effort instead to investigate in depth the many disturbing issues
Ariana, will
with
you please come on?
DCF. Yeah, absolutely. With DCF and the public school system's abilities to keep children out of harm's way and fully educated. I beg of you to put the harsh spotlight on their failing systems and oversight, not on a group of people where the vast, vast majority are invested in giving their children the best educational support and robust social and group interactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. Next up, we have Brittany Case.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, night. Who knows what time it is? Thank you so much for staying and listening to us. We really, really appreciate it. I'm Brittany Casey. I live in Montville, Connecticut with my husband. I work in publishing. My husband is an engineer. We both feel very strongly about community involvement. Because of that, we volunteer in our community. We're both mandated reporters. We have 3 children. I'm a former public school teacher. We homeschool our 3 children. And I myself was homeschooled as well. I love talking about my kids, but I wanted to talk about members of our homeschool community that were kind of, tentative to testify today because they're worried about backlash and how it will be perceived. So at its core, HB 5468 asks the public school system to act as both judge and jury over families who have often made the difficult decision to leave that very system. Many homeschooling parents do not begin their educational journey outside the system by preference alone. They did so because the system failed their children, granting the same institutions that failed those students the authority to regulate, evaluate, and potentially penalize the families who sought alternatives raises serious concerns about fairness and accountability. Here in Connecticut, families are withdrawing their children from traditional schools for deeply personal and often painful reasons. Parents report experiences of persistent bullying, inadequate responses to abuse, and environments where their children's safety and dignity are not adequately protected. Others describe systemic inequities that disproportionately impact students of color, leaving families feeling that their children were not treated with the same care, expectations, or opportunities as their peers. For families of children with disabilities or special learning needs, the challenges can be even more profound. Many parents turn to homeschooling after struggling to obtain appropriate services, accommodations, or individualized attention within the school system. When the system lacks sufficient resources or fails to meet legally required supports, homeschooling becomes a last resort to ensure that a child's educational and developmental needs are met. In light of these realities, it is troubling proposed legislation that places increased authority over homeschooling families in the hands of the same systems that many of those families felt compelled to leave. Oversight structures that rely heavily on school districts risk creating conflicts of interest and discouraging families from seeking alternatives when the traditional system is not serving their children. Now, I'm not arguing against accountability for safety and education. All children do deserve access to safety and meaningful learning opportunities, but accountability has to be balanced with respect for parental rights and recognition of the diversity of educational pathways that serve students well. Homeschooling has long provided a vital option for families seeking safety, flexibility, and individualized education outside traditional institutions. If homeschooling works, and it does, then you're solving a manufactured crisis. The real question is why. Until these systemic issues are addressed, it is inappropriate to place homeschooling families under the authority of institutions that have not yet resolved the problems that drove those families away in the first place. I respectfully urge the committee to reject HB 5468. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Next, we have Sarah Egan.
Everything's so quiet at 3 o'clock in the morning. You feel like you're so loud. Good morning. My name is Sarah Egan. I am the Executive Director of the Center for Children's Advocacy, which is a statewide legal rights organization dedicated to the individual and systemic advocacy on behalf of low-income children. Thank you for being here all night. I listened on and off throughout the day. Working, parenting, doing other things, and thinking about what I wanted to share with you about this very important and profound legislative proposal that folks have come from all over Connecticut to testify on. There's a couple things I really want to emphasize. One is I have deep respect for all of the folks who have come out to testify today. That may ring hollow because I am a proponent of the bill, but it's true. I have tremendous compassion for these parents, and I completely agree with the parent that just testified that she said accountability has to be balanced with respect for parental rights. I 100% agree with that. I have been a child advocate for almost my whole career, since before I had kids, but being a parent has changed what that means for me. And then becoming a parent of a child that's very vulnerable, my middle child is profoundly disabled, has changed my understanding of what it means to be vulnerable in the world and the type of safety net that we need for children, for families. So with that empathy of, if I thought that withdrawing my child from school was the best thing for them, believe me, I would want to be in the driver's seat for all of that. And it's imperative that we get that balance right. The second thing I wanted to share is, and with profound respect for the folks here today, there is no case law that supports the notion that states can't regulate the withdrawal of children from school for the purpose of homeschooling. All state and federal case law says that it can. Not that every regulation is appropriate, but that the notion that states can regulate is widely accepted in state and federal courts. The third thing is, and I'm sure you all know this as well as I do, is that most states do, right? In fact, many states regulate homeschool, the withdrawal of children from school to be homeschooled with regulations that are much more stringent that are what in the proposed bill today, teacher requirements, records, assessments, immunizations, et cetera, in states that maybe would surprise you, maybe wouldn't, surprised me, right? North Dakota, West Virginia, other states like that. Now, the difference is they've been doing it for so long. The hard thing is like doing it anew now. The fourth thing I wanted to say, probably the last thing before the buzzer goes off, is that you've definitely heard from me that our child welfare system needs to be a lot better than it is. Our school systems need to be a lot better than they are. I'm dedicated to that systemic improvement. But I feel so passionately we have to do more to ensure that just to finish the thought, under our current system, adults can and do remove children from school under the pretense of educating their children who have no intention of educating and who may not be involved in a compulsory relationship with a state agency where anybody can do anything about that. That has long been a collateral consequence of the way we do things in Connecticut. And I'm convinced that there's a resolution to that. And I wanted to participate in the conversation today about it. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Zuckles.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for coming up here. How do you feel about if there is a child in the public school system that has a substantiated case that goes into their file in school?
It's a good question. I think I heard you talk about that earlier today at some point, because you're right that if that's, I think I heard you talk about earlier today, Representative Zupkis, that if it's not the district that filed the 136, in the course of the investigation, the parent didn't sign a release to talk to the school would not know, right? So it's a good question. I'd like to think, I don't know the answer to that. And from a legal standpoint, I think sometimes it may be appropriate for the school to know, depending on the type of substantiation it was. But I understand, I don't know 100% the answer to that.
Well, you better hurry up and think about it because this is going to be talked about soon. And I'm assuming it's coming before the committee. Hope not, but so I would like to hear that because for many reasons.
Yeah.
So if they pull their child out, but why is little Sarah misbehaving or not participating or whatever? I think it would help a lot. And it's kind of the reverse thinking of, people, why are you checking DCF? What gives you the right 100%. To check DCF on me?
Right. Well, and I 100% respect that. And I've had as you have had very little sleep. So it's more of a novel legal question. So I just want to think about, what does Sarah think about it? What do I think the law would say about that? But I will think about it and provide an answer to the committee. And I think that other challenge is that while I said that there are tons of judicial decisions looking at the various ways that states regulate homeschooling or the withdrawal of children to be homeschooled. That's not something that's been tested much, that relationship between DCF findings and a school system. So there's a lot less to work with there in terms of, shaping the answer to that question. So that's why I'm reaching a little bit, but I will think about it and respond.
Thank you, because this bill does the opposite. It has everyone calling for DCF. And so they don't communicate now. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your question. Any questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you. My question has to do with, as we've been sitting here all day, we've really encountered a lot of folks that homeschool that do have special needs children. And with that in mind, can you understand the reservations that they have when the same system that has failed them will now be judging the quality of their teaching?
I 100% understand that concern, right? And that would have to be a couple thoughts about that. That would be my concern, right? That when if there's a difference of opinion, it's got to rest with me, right? And I think that should be a primary concern about, you know, getting that from my perspective, you know, getting that legal balance right, right? And so I look to, like, what do other states do? There's actually some other states, at least one other state, and I was reminding myself overnight looking at some that have particular provisions for kids who have specialized needs. And there's a lot of states that have these record-keeping assessment requirements as well. So, and I know the committee has done some work, or some folks in the committee have done some work to look at that. I mean, it's a very important issue, you know, and so I think understanding those states' experiences is instructive there.
Yeah, and with that in mind, also, I would be interested in knowing exactly, because these are really tailored individually to the children that I'm speaking of, how the school system, you know, would delineate the particular programs that were being taught for these children.
Yes, I haven't seen very much where most states are not dictating curriculum for special needs children. I think I saw, and I have it in my notes because I knew I wouldn't remember. If that's why I brought my computer up, but I did see one state. There we go, computer wasn't turning on. That, if you give me 1 second, I can tell you which one it was. Notes on other states. No, I can't find it quickly. I don't want to keep you waiting.
That's okay.
I did find, but I'll look for it and send it to you, because I did find another state that that has some particular provisions for how the parent can, you know, can have their own plan for educating. I think it was children with developmental disabilities, right? So I'll find that language and send it along to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Buglione.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here this morning, Sarah. I was wondering if you could potentially answer this, and maybe it's a tonight question, maybe it's a later answer. We've heard a lot of feedback tonight that why bother with this? It's not going to protect anyone. It's not going to catch anyone. And I was wondering if you could speak to the proposal that is in front of all of us and give us your feedback on that.
Yeah. Well, that's the $1 million question, right? And a very important one to ask and test and think about. And I have given that a lot of thought. What would make the most difference? There's no perfect system. We don't have a perfect system now, in my view, because in my experience, and I have reviewed a lot of terrible things that happen to children over the last many, many years of my career. In Connecticut, parents, guardians, responsible adults can do and have removed their children with no follow-up, and they're not educating at a minimum, right? So that's the now, that's the system now. Is that the folks here to know? But that does happen, right? I also don't think it happens as rarely as people think may think it happens, and not based on what I've seen and reviewed. So when I look at the bill, that's the lens I look at it through. I think about all these different scenarios, all these different cases that I've seen over the years, from, you know, the Matthew Tirado fatality investigation that some folks are familiar with here and some are probably not, but I've heard referenced here a few times. That's actually the child I think about a lot, because as some folks have pointed out, I think Attorney Stevenson pointed out in her testimony, which I heard a part of but not all of, you know, Matthew Tirado, who was a teenage boy with developmental disabilities who died a horrific death in his home. after a massive failure by the child welfare system, even no question about it, and other systems. He was not homeschooled. He has not been withdrawn, but his sister had been. She had been withdrawn, and not long, maybe within a couple months of his death, she had been withdrawn from school. So I think about these provisions and some of the ones that the folks have talked about today, sort of through that lens. So my answer is one, I do think that if there's a framework, and this is what I think, right? That if there's a framework that folks have to follow, districts, schools, that will deter some individuals who might otherwise use the lack of a framework as a guise to remove their child from school very easily. Two, if there was a check, and I would say the merits of that provision right now, but if there was a check in that case, right, whoever mom went to in Hartford Public Schools to take that little girl out of school, they had to check, that would have seen she had an open case, right? And she would not have been allowed to be removed from school. And that would have forced some other reckoning in the case that may have been protective. So I think it could have made a difference, right? And I think about many other scenarios. I think about Mimi Torres. And yes, that's all still being unfolding in many different investigative forums. But if there was more required than, if there was more that was expected, would things have unfolded the way they did with the school system? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But I think there's a possibility that the answer may be no. If there was some requirement that there be a credible demonstration that a child is elsewhere receiving equivalent instruction, would that deter some of the things that we see? I think the answer is yes. Will it deter all of it? I'm sure no. But some of it, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So Sarah, you're talking about child safety, right? And there's no one in this building that I believe doesn't care about child safety. But when we talk about child safety in this piece of this draft before us, it's specifically one group. So if we're going to talk about child safety, we should be talking about every child, not just one group. And that's my concern. If we're talking child safety, which is what you're saying, then we should be with all the children because we know what has happened in our schools.
That's right.
So I just wanted to make that point. It's either we're talking child safety or we're talking regulating non-public schools. To me, that's two separate things. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and I appreciate that point, Representative Zupkis, and I know everyone here cares about, I know that, so I appreciate that point. And, I was here, a week ago, talking about cameras and seclusion spaces, and we had that conversation. There's a lot of work to do, in my view, to ensure that very vulnerable people, including children, are safer than they are now. So your point is very well taken. I respect that.
Representative Hughes.
One quick one. I'm just a little confused because in these cases that clearly were not based in homeschooling, those were the real atrocities that we're speaking of. Yet this bill that we're discussing is really targeted towards homeschooling. So I'm just a little confused on that.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, Representative, I think what the effort is to prevent the pretense, right? Is to have something that governs the permanent withdrawal of a child from school. Because you're right, it's not, these folks were not homeschooling, right? They had no intention of homeschooling. And I think that's, yes, these atrocities, thank God, are rare, right? I think what's not as rare is and I can't remember who testified. Oh, maybe I think it was Fran Rabinowitz talked a bit today about, these kids who are really struggling, not coming to school, maybe some concerns, and then a parent withdraws them, right? I've seen a lot of those cases too, where horrible atrocities are not happening, but where the child is not being withdrawn to be homeschooled. So I think the challenge is how do you create, if there's nothing in place to follow up on a child that is permanently withdrawn from school for a stated purpose, then how do we prevent that pretense? Unless, in some cases, but not all, the family is somehow compulsorily involved with some other state agency, DCF, parole, probation, what have you. If there's no follow-up, no one would know that pretense was occurring. And I think that's the challenge. And it is a challenge. As I said, the bill is, no bill is perfect, right? And particularly in this context. So I appreciate the question. That's my best way of answering it.
So do you believe that any schooling outside of the public schools should have DCF supervision?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And I think the touch of a state agency should be as light as absolutely possible. Excuse me. One of the things I did look up today is that I know there's a bill pending in West Virginia. I don't know if anyone saw that. That contains a somewhat similar notification provision. They have long, they've had a long framework for regulating this issue, but they wanted to add, there's some proponents who wanted to add this session a similar requirement of a check to see if a family has an open case. The interesting thing I saw that they did is that they put a 14-day parameter around it, right? Which I thought was interesting, so that within 14 days, there had to be kind of an answer as to whether that case was going to be substantiated or not, because under our state law, there's 45 days. And so I thought that was an interesting proposal. It has not passed yet. It did have some bipartisan support, though, so I wanted to pass that along.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony and staying with us this morning.
Thank you. Thank
Do
you.
you have anyone else? Tabitha Trio. Tabitha. Tabitha?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Tabitha Trudeau. I'm from Torrington, and I speak today approximately 35 years after the last time I stood before the Education Committee in middle school for a similar reason. I'm strongly opposed to HB 5468. I and my siblings were homeschooled our entire education in Connecticut, and I graduated summa cum laude with a Bachelor of Science degree in business. One sibling graduated from a military academy with a Bachelor of Science in engineering and has served in the National Guard for over 2 decades. My other sibling chose not to complete a college degree, but has invented multiple products and submitted for patents on 2. My husband graduated from a small private religious school in this state and went on to get his bachelor's and master's degree. School choice is a freedom our family holds dear. So many testimonies today have been by second-generation homeschoolers, which to me proves that for the most of the participants in this education choice, it's an amazing experience that they wish to repeat with their own children. The Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld the rights and authority of parents in the upbringing and education of their children. The stories all over the media in the last few years in Connecticut are tragic, and yet one could argue are a matter of breaking laws already on the books, not truly related to homeschooling, and are a failure of existing programs such as mandated reporters and DCF. With this bill, thousands of families will be facing burdensome regulation. For those of us who opt out of public education, we pay thousands of dollars in our property taxes towards public education. We pay thousands of dollars for curriculum or tuition for our children. We pay for extracurriculars like sports. We pay for the food that children that are in school are given for free. And for homeschool community, we often forego the salary of the parent that is home educating the children. These families make this investment gladly because they believe it is in the best interest of their child's future. However, as I listened this past week to the testimony on Senate Bill 6, I heard multiple parents speak in support of that bill because of the free meals their children would receive, which they can't afford, or by getting them would allow them to afford other basic necessities of life, like shoes. I honestly was offended. The Connecticut House and Senate is in one breath saying, let's spend even more on the public school children, while simultaneously saying, let's make life more difficult for those who are sacrificing in multiple ways to provide for their own children. My mother-in-law was a single mother. She sometimes worked 3 jobs so that her kids could have the chance to go to a private school. You would burden a parent like that by making them file annual paperwork to prove that their child is in a private school, go to somewhere to turn it in, and then worry about DCF involvement just because they desire to give their child the best education they can. Our family experienced a tragedy when my uncle was hit and killed by a drunk driver the summer after he graduated from college. Abused children are terrible tragedies too. But to me, the equivalent response to my uncle's death would be to make every licensed driver in the state pay a $50 fee, take a 1-hour drug and alcohol class, and come to the DMV and retake their driving exam every year. Our state in Connecticut is currently in the top.
Please summarize.
Yes, I'm on my last sentence. The top of 25% of homeschool-friendly states, and this bill with its requirements and DCF involvement will make us very close to the top, if not the top, of the worst states in the country for homeschooling and those opting out of public education for private school. Please vote no and keep this bill from moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Kate, next up, 266, Caitlin Quattro. Caitlin?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Caitlin Quattrano. I was born, raised, and educated in and by the state of Connecticut, including being a UConn graduate, graduating at the top of my classes. I currently reside in Newtown, and I am a homeschool mom of 2 children after spending more than 12 years working as a scientist for a global company, also right here in Connecticut. Connecticut is my home, and the reasons I love living here are numerous. Actions taken in recent years by the supermajority in our state government would not be among those reasons, and I strongly oppose HB 5468. We have a child who is exactly the kind of child who would be harmed by this bill. Have you ever heard of the neurotype called pathological demand avoidance? Again, that was pathological demand avoidance, PDA for short. You wouldn't be alone if you didn't, because neither did we, our family, our friends, our pediatrician, or any member of the public school committee who evaluated our child at age 4 for services, which included the school psychologist. Yet it has been diagnosed and supported in the United Kingdom for over 40 years. We discovered it after searching tirelessly for answers to our oldest daughter's behaviors that couldn't be explained or helped by all the traditional schools of thought. Her behaviors of opposition and defiance would likely erroneously land her a diagnosis of ODD in the United States, which is the closest disorder listed in the current DSM, albeit a disputed disorder at best. Except her defiance and opposition do not come from a background of abuse. They come from her nervous system responding to real or perceived losses of autonomy and choice and responding to them as a trauma, with her body entering fight or flight, sometimes and sadly even to her own detriment. These losses of autonomy can be so small they are considered accepted parts of our everyday culture, and cumulative losses can build up to meltdowns that aren't always fully predictable. In school, her physical aggression probably would have resulted in restraints or isolations or medication, further traumatizing her. So we chose to homeschool to allow her to grow into the best version of herself with this extremely complicated neurotype. There is no standardized test, no assessment, no portfolio review, which could adequately or assuredly demonstrate equivalent instruction, because her learning happens on her terms as a matter of her nervous system knowing that it can survive. We also know that since our local elementary school is unaware of PDA, that the very people who would be making the determination of equivalent instruction would have a very high likelihood of
please
misunderstanding
summarize?
her. Yes, I'm very close to the end if you would let me finish. Of possibly even labeling her as being a child who is experiencing educational neglect, when in fact the lack of other people telling her what to do is exactly the thing that is helping her. And please do not confuse instruction or receiving education with learning. Learning only occurs within the mind and body of the person doing it. It cannot be forced. Our child has learned an incredible amount, all on her own, of her own free will and choice. But ask her to show you, place that demand on her, and she may crumble. No person, child, or adult should be compelled to be a performing monkey of the state, particularly when the state agencies are seated by valuable people which unintentionally harm innocent families. Please refer to all the testimonies that are happening. In summary, our child is a person who exemplifies how the rights of the child are at stake in this bill. The child's right to decide what and how they learn, where and how fast to learn it, from whom to learn it from, and most importantly, who they need to demonstrate that learning to. All children should be afforded this right because all children are people. And if your brain responds, well, the child doesn't know what's best for them because they don't understand the world yet, imagine what a child may conceive of creating in the world if you gave them the full and unhindered freedom to pursue their learning about it, the very exact thing they were born experts at doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. What we got next? Oh, we got 250. Ryan Turner.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Brian Turner. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut and a retired Air Force officer with more than 20 years of military service here at home and around the globe, and I oppose HB 5468. Having served in places like Afghanistan, where people live under the boot of oppression by what passes as government there, it's heartbreaking to see our own freedoms here at home under assault by those we elected. Our state is currently under an onslaught from those of you who dwell in the constitutionally protected Second Amendment. Today, we're hearing about the parents, the children, how they see fit, rather than forced compliance by the state of Connecticut. Public school should be a service provided to parents, not a compulsory activity pressed upon parents and children by the combined might of an oppressive state government. In a recent article published in the Connecticut Insider, public school enrollment numbers were in the spotlight, with numbers now at the lowest level in at least 20 years. Parents are sending you a message that should ring clear and true to everybody here today. More and more parents don't want the educational services you're providing. They know they can do a better job either at home or at private schools. And how does the state respond to this critique? By pushing legislation that would lead to families being reported to DCF for choosing better educational options for their kids, and by forcing parents to report to the public school system on their own efforts to educate their children, as if we work for the state. Well, you've got it wrong, folks. You work for us, and many of us are no longer interested in the services you're providing. There is nothing, this is nothing more rather than a desperate power grab by the state who sees their stranglehold on education slipping away from their desperate hands. When my kids were still in public schools, they were educated in a one-size-fits-all manner of teaching. There were times when they were held back by the lowest common denominator in their classes, and other times when they could have been better served with a more individual instruction. These are no longer problems for them, as they are now taught in a homeschool environment and they're thriving. Their past public education was peppered with unnecessary identity politics, social and political ideology, and even unwanted Eastern religious practices that conflicted with my family's deeply held religious convictions. And now this bill is pushing families who are doing a better job of teaching their own children to justify their efforts and results to the same public school educators who failed our kids years ago. And you're making the State Education Resource Center, or CERC, the arbiter who decides if we're teaching our kids properly. This is a deeply biased organization driven by far-left ideology, which does not belong in any classroom, whether public nor private. This is unacceptable. These are our kids, not yours. You no longer have a say in what they learn or how they learn it. Your help, and I use that term with a healthy dose of sarcasm, your help is not needed, nor is it wanted. Let's be honest, have the full members. My town super has extension to this bill because he already has enough to worry about. Homeschooling families and private school families are a blessing to you,
Brian,
but
will
you
you
can't seem to
please
see that.
summarize?
Almost done, sir. We continue to pay your ridiculously high taxes, yet we take nothing from you or the system in return, freeing up resources for your schools. So you should just say thank you, and you should get out of our way instead of grasping desperately for control over those who no longer need or want your involvement. You want to maintain your access to the minds of our children to continue to push your ideology. Well, that's not going to happen with my kids. If needed, we'll pack our bags, sell our home, and move to a freer state. And then you can do your state re-education on other families without the benefit of my hard-earned tax dollars. I started my testimony talking about my service in Afghanistan, where people are oppressed by the Taliban. Taliban systemically instills their twisted ideology in the minds of young children in Afghanistan through education, propaganda, and social control. And I'm starting to wonder if the state of Connecticut doesn't have its own version of the Taliban pushing its twisted ideology on the minds of our children. I'm almost done here. In closing, ultimately, I just want to say that if this is really all about the safety of the kids, but you pointed to a few horrible incidents that were not results of homeschooling that cast us all as potential abusers, scapegoating homeschooling families instead of looking in the mirror and to understand your own deep failures in the school system and within DCF. And look, I have my house in order. You guys don't. Keep your hands off my home, off my family, and fix your own problems, and keep your leftist ideology away from my kids. Thank you for listening. Now it's time for you to do the right thing and kill this bill. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian, for your testimony. Justin Bennett?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished chairpersons and members of the committee. I am a Lisbon resident and a proud homeschooling father. You heard from my oldest son, Jonathan, at the outset of the hearing, and my wife, Lauren, around 6 p.m. yesterday. I unfortunately made the poor choice to return home shortly before you started expediting the people who remained in the building, but I thank you for your continued attention. I am also a lawyer, and I would like to tell you why I believe this bill as drafted is doomed to fail. Just last week, the United States Supreme Court issued a decision strongly affirming the fundamental rights of parents to choose how to raise and educate their children over and against state policies that sought to interfere with those rights. In Mirabelli v. Bonta, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of parents seeking injunctive relief against California policies that permitted public schools to refrain from informing them about their children's gender transitioning at school without the children's consent. Much like the committee here has claimed, California asserted that these policies advanced a compelling government interest, the safety and privacy of their students. But the court concluded that the parents were likely to triumph in their suit against the state. In doing so, the court reaffirmed the, quote, long-established precedent that parents, not the state, have primary authority with respect to the upbringing and education of children, end quote. Because they interfered with parents' fundamental rights under the First and 14th Amendments, including specifically, quote, the right of parents to guide the religious development of their children, end quote, the California policies would be subject to the highest standard of review, strict scrutiny. The court concluded that the policies would likely fail this test because they, quote, cut out the primary protectors of children's best interests, their parents, end quote. When subject to strict scrutiny, the state has to show that its policy is justified by a compelling government interest and that the law is narrowly tailored and uses the least restrictive means to achieve that goal. Similar to what Ms. Egan, I believe, said a few minutes ago, the touch of a state agency should be as light as possible. The court concluded that the policies in Mirabelli would fail because they were not narrowly tailored. Those exact concerns are implicated by this bill, and this law will also quickly run aground on the shoals of litigation. by requiring every family who wishes to withdraw their child from public school, regardless of whether they have ever had involvement with DCF Protective Services, to go through this notification process and receive permission from the state to do so. The state has wholly usurped the parent's fundamental right to choose how to educate their children. This law directly inverts the authority relationship between the state and the parent. Similarly, to the extent this bill is aimed at preventing tragedies like the Mimi Torres Garcia case, it is the polar opposite of narrowly tailored. By investing the Department of Education with discretion to develop guidance in the future on what constitutes equivalent education, this bill goes far afield from seeking merely to advance the interest of child safety. And I'm sure you're aware that it is inevitable that some aspect of this guidance will no doubt conflict with some parents' closely held religious beliefs.
Just can you please
Fine.
summarize?
I am, thank you. Finally, in my written testimony, I've identified a number of questions this bill raises but does not answer. And in conclusion, you have the power to stop an avalanche of litigation before it even begins. Please scuttle this bill in committee and go back to the drawing board. And I would be delighted to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Laura Greenbank.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Laura Greenbank, and I oppose HB 5468. I homeschool 2 children. You have patiently listened to the eloquent testimonies about the effectiveness of homeschooling and the desire of parents to be free to direct their child's education without government interference. It must be difficult to absorb so much opposition. I'd like to focus on a different area. There are 2 opposing worldviews here, and we will never move forward unless we can truly hear each other. To those who support this bill, I hear your concern for child safety. I hear your enthusiasm for creating something that could identify more kids at risk and prevent possible tragedies. I hear members of CRHE saying that as homeschoolers, they felt unsupported or unprepared for life because they were too isolated. You want to see change, and that's good. The conclusions we draw about these events or ideas spring from our worldview. My worldview is that this is a fallen world, that there is a sovereign God, and that pain and suffering cannot be eliminated outside of faith in Jesus Christ. We are called to relieve suffering and oppression by having real relationships with our neighbors, not by relying on the government to intervene. There are a host of circumstances that are unhealthy and unfortunate, and yet are not against the law. I feel saddened when I see a mother ignoring her toddler while she scrolls on her phone. If we are honest, we have all felt some judgment watching someone pay for a grocery belt full of empty calories with food stamps. Some children have parents who smoke around them. Some have never been on a vacation. Some parents allow their fears or beliefs to impact their parenting choices for the worse. Students on the honor roll with every material need met may actually be starving to be seen, loved, and known by their self-absorbed parents. No amount of legislation can ensure that all children are safe, loved, and on their way to a healthy adulthood. We must trust parents to undertake the raising of their children and not interfere until there is clear evidence that the law is being violated. Sadly, this means there will be occasional tragedies because there will always be people with no regard for the law. Increased surveillance will not help. Besides, many of us value freedom and privacy over safety. Ask me for an anecdote about that later if you wish. To me, risks become acceptable when there is a safety net at the community level of caring people with integrity to help the hurting among us. Neighbors who trust each other will reach out for help when they need it instead of remaining isolated and hidden. As a new mom, I was honest with my doctor about intrusive thoughts postpartum because he had proved to be empathetic and non-judgmental. What can we do to strengthen relationships at the community level and regain trust in each other? If we continue to listen to divisive rhetoric that pits citizens, parties, races, and religions against each other, we won't have strong communities. That is the real tragedy, in my opinion. Author and Dr. Kurt Thompson wrote, "We long for our politicians to govern with curiosity, justice, and mercy, rather than being governed by the fear of the shaming vulnerability of losing power."
Laura, will you please summarize?
Yes. Have enough integrity to be curious about other worldviews and allow your mind to be changed when your assumptions are challenged. Recognize that the fear of losing power and control is a strong motivator here. Rather than revise this legislation, I would ask that you put your energy into getting acquainted with your neighbors and letting them get to know the real you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions? David Townsley? David?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Pastor David Townsley, and at the church that I pastor, about half of the families with kids homeschool, and about half attend a Christian school. Many parents in Connecticut have withdrawn their children from the free public school system for religious reasons. And unfortunately, this bill 5468 provides the mechanism for the state through oversight to violate the freedom of conscience and freedom of religion of religious parents and schools. The Constitution directs that the government shall not establish a religion or prohibit the free exercise thereof. All education has an underlying belief or perspective, and this includes our public school system curriculums as well. The state, through this law, could mandate a Christian school or parent to use the equivalent books like the ones Representative Ann Daphnis was not allowed to finish reading last year. This requirement would be a violation of religious freedom. Because of this, many parents and kids want to leave the educational bondage Connecticut offers so they can go to the promised land of God-centered learning. But the Connecticut Pharaoh and bureaucratic taskmasters through this bill are refusing to allow God his place in Christian education. In fact, this bill requires that in order for parents to remove their kids from public school, they must run a possible gauntlet of approvals from DCF and the Department of Education, and on a continuing basis show yearly curriculum approval from homeschooling or the Christian schooling becomes then a violation of the free exercise of religious freedom and parental rights. To the Education Committee, vote no on this bill and let God's people go so they can exercise their faith in God in freedom. I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. Sandra Strubar. Sandra? Diane O'Rourke. Diane, are you there? Okay, is anyone left?
I'm sorry, I am here. This is Diana O'Rourke.
Okay.
Thank you. On May 13th, 2011, a headline caught my attention. City secretly plans schools for profit takeover. The article described the struggles of Roberto Clemente Leadership Academy in the Hill section of New Haven. At the time, the school had already spent 9 years on the federal watch list for failing schools. Just a year earlier, the city had opened a brand new $45 million building designed for more than 500 students. It had bright classrooms, yellow hallways, and a courtyard where students could play safely. At the opening ceremony, the mayor reminded students that a new building alone would not change the outcomes if they did not work hard and go to college. At the time, my family lived less than a mile away. I remember sitting at the kitchen table reading that article. My oldest child, about 18 months old, was playing at my feet with her Tickle Me Elmo toy that usually made everyone laugh. But that morning, I was anything but tickled. As I read, my hand rested on my growing belly. In that quiet moment, the decision became clear. My children would only have one childhood, and I was not willing to spend those years waiting for a school to turn itself around. For our family, the best option was not the public school system. Unfortunately, the data has since then confirmed these concerns. Reports have shown that only 2% of students at Roberto Clemente are proficient in math and about 10% in reading. Today, my family lives in Naugatuck. Like many families, we moved there partly because housing was more affordable. But those lower home prices reflected challenges in the local school as well. At our elementary school, only 32% of students are proficient in both math and reading. Yet homeschool families are being told our children must receive equivalent instruction. Equivalent to what? Equivalent to systems where only a fraction of students achieve proficiency? And beyond academic results, I have some serious moral concerns about what is being taught in classrooms today and how it's being taught. Parents have the fundamental responsibility to guide their children's education, including the values and ideas they're exposed to. For many of us, homeschooling is not simply an academic choice, it's a matter of conscience. My children only get one education and one childhood. I can't in good conscience gamble those years on a system that has not proven it can serve them academically or respect the role of parents in bringing them up. My duty as a parent is not to protect a system. My duty is to protect my children's future. That's why I choose to homeschool and why families must remain free to do so. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony.
235, Rebecca Segarra. $279, Sandra Strubar. $280, Diana Bump.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes, we can hear you.
okay. So there wasn't a lot of supporting testimony today, but of what we heard, a lot of it came from this group called the Coalition for Responsible Home Education. And I just think it should be noted that this is a national radical anti-homeschooling group. They regularly skew data to fit their narrative. Their website is totally filled with misrepresentations of cases and data. So I would just caution anybody from taking everything they say seriously. This whole bill is an opportunistic diversion from the real cause of the issues it claims to be addressing. Basically, the sentiment is that if the government can't see you doing something, you might be doing something illegal. Does this also apply to children under age 5 who are still home with their parents? Should we surveil them? How about kids on summer school breaks? Are they safe? Jacqueline Torres Garcia wasn't. Her case showed she was starved to death over the summer. Should we abolish summer school breaks? This view can be attached to literally anything, any issue across the ideological spectrum. At what point does surveilling people in their private lives in the name of protection and accountability become overreach? Every tragic case being used to justify this bill, including the ones that Sarah Egan brought up in her testimony, had kids in public schools with DCF involvement or reports that weren't adequately followed up on. If DCF had not dropped the ball, this bill would not be before us. Meanwhile, we have a truancy crisis in Connecticut with enrolled students whose whereabouts are totally unknown. Why hasn't that been a concern for this committee, but policing loving parents is? I understand that it has been said that assessments or reviews would not be pass or fail, but when someone else with their own biases rooted in institutionalized education is tasked with receiving home educator portfolios or test results, we have valid concerns about what that would lead to. This bill does, in fact, strip us of our right to provide an individualized approach to educating our children, one that encourages a joy of learning that will be lifelong. At the heart of this demand for surveillance of families is that lawmakers proposing this bill have an educational bias towards an institutionalized approach and falsely believe that it is the government's role to supervise all education for all children. They have it backwards. Parents are charged with the role of providing their children with an education, and it is the state's job, per our Constitution, to provide a free and public alternative for those parents who are unable or do not wish to educate their own children. The state needs to
Please
stay in their
summarize.
lane. Yes, I'm just about done. 3 states have recently deregulated home education. Um, Connecticut's going in the wrong direction. Please throw out this draconian bill.
Thank you very much for being with us. I don't see any questions for you. Good morning. Next we have 279. Sandra, I think you're with us.
I am. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Sandra Strubar. I'm here in opposition to raise Bill HB 5468. I'm a mom, an educator, a former Board of Education member, and a homeschooler. I did not choose homeschooling. Homeschooling chose me. I was planning on sending my son to the school in which I had taught for over 20 years. But then COVID came along and I chose not to have my son's first year of schooling spent with his face masked for 6 to 7 hours a day. We've seen the deleterious effects of children who had to wear masks for almost 2 years in their educational settings, and that damage inflicted on an entire generation, which will be a topic of research in the coming decades. But it's a good illustration showing that government overreach, when it ignores science, data, parental rights, and advocacy, can actually inflict harm, all in the name of protection. I'd like to bring questions for the legislators who are sitting here in support of this bill. Do you know of the myriad types of curriculums available and used by homeschooling families? Online textbooks, experiential, project-based. Have you empirical data that tracks homeschoolers and how they perform next to their public and private educated peers? Do you have anecdotal evidence of extracurricular activities that homeschoolers participate in, since people are concerned about homeschoolers being seen in society? Have you researched the number of homeschooling programs now offered by communities, libraries, centers, and educational institutions? Have you heard of homeschooling pods, cooperatives, outdoor education? Do you have data as to why parents choose to opt out of the system? You have roughly between 25 to 40,000, if not more, homeschooling students that would need to present work on a yearly basis. Do superintendents support and have the budgets to evaluate the portfolios you're talking about? Superintendents and VOE members are meeting at the Capitol begging for more ECS money to cover their current budgets. Last May, during an informational hearing on whether Connecticut should adopt new oversight rules for homeschooling, the DCF commissioner admitted that the agency was largely undermanned, so how will they now handle extra caseloads? Lastly, even Connecticut State Department of Education Superintendent Charlene Russell Tucker has stated that she cannot support this bill as written. Briefly, I was a Montessori teacher for over 20 years. I wish every child could attend a Montessori school. Public school does not serve every child. Actually, it doesn't serve many children. The increase in behavioral, social, and emotional problems within the system, as well as the increase in anxiety, is staggering. We could have a long discussion about pedagogy and the needs of children, especially boys, but that's a different subject for a different day. I want to leave you with these 3 questions that someone else raised in testimony.
Please summarize.
That's what I'm doing. What is the job of DCF? What is the job of the educational system? And what is the job of parents? As you've seen today, these parents take their job very seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you.
Thank you.
We have 287, Ralph Rodriguez.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. My name is Ralph Rodriguez, and I'm an attorney with the Homeschool Legal Defense Association. Today, I appear to respectfully express our opposition to House Bill 5468. As has been noted throughout this hearing, the U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld the fundamental liberty interests of parents in directing their children's education, declaring that the child is not the mere creature of the state. With respect to concerns about child abuse or neglect that rightfully deserve careful attention, the court has also cautioned against responding to those concerns by broadly displacing parental authority. In Parham v. J.R., the court rejected the statist notion that governmental power should supersede parental authority in all cases because some parents abuse and neglect children, describing that idea as repugnant to American tradition. Those principles remain relevant here. When tragic failures occur, the appropriate response is to strengthen the systems responsible for identifying and responding to abuse, not to expand regulatory oversight over families who are lawfully exercising educational rights. It's also been suggested that this bill does not impose a curriculum mandate or strong oversight of educational progress. Even if that's the intent, the difficulty lies in the vagueness of the language presented and the discretion it leaves to bureaucratic interpretation. When legislation burdening a fundamental parental liberty interest leaves key standards undefined, it delegates decisions to individual districts. We've seen this dynamic play out in other states with more highly regulated homeschool frameworks. In New York, for example, even detailed regulatory requirements are interpreted differently by local school districts, leading families to justify their educational decisions to officials who may substitute their own educational preferences for those of the parent. Moreover, families in high regulation states are frequently reported to child welfare agencies for late or allegedly incorrect paperwork. We speak with those families every day. That type of discretionary enforcement is precisely the sort of regulatory uncertainty legislatures should avoid when fundamental parental rights are implicated. Tragic cases deserve serious attention, but they should not lead us to adopt policies that burden families who have done nothing wrong. The appropriate response is to strengthen the child's welfare system while preserving the constitutional role of parents in directing their children's education. Connecticut must maintain a framework that respects parental responsibility while strengthening the state's ability to intervene when legitimate concerns arise. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to preserve that balance and vote no to advance House Bill 5468. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. All right, I think we are to our final speaker. Bianca, are you with us? I think you need to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Good morning. My name is Bianca, and I am a homeschool parent from Bristol, Connecticut. I'm speaking today because I have many concerns and strongly oppose the bill HB 5468. My husband and I plan to build our family, we took great time and consideration into the education of our future children. Yet we knew in our hearts that public school couldn't offer the standard or the expectation that we had. We spent years before our children were school aged, diving into the community, researching curriculums, resources, teaching methods, opportunities, and events. We became immersed in this lifestyle and it ignited a fire in us that we didn't know was there. We saw a community deeply rooted in love and strength, a community working together to build a foundation for our children, to open doors and opportunities, to accept children with all passions and interests. As parents, it is our duty and our right to provide our children with not only an education, but also a strong foundation built on confidence and self-love, perseverance, determination, free and critical thinking, learning to push through boundaries and create a love for learning and exploring. We pride ourselves in creating an environment for our kids to flourish and thrive, one that is tailored to them and their specific passions and interests.
Because homeschooling is so much more than test scores, worksheets, and being confined behind bulletproof windows and doors. It is about exploring, pushing the boundaries, and seeing what doors open, meeting connections, finding what speaks to us, and diving in headfirst with creativity and wonder. We are giving children opportunities to venture into different learning methods because, as we know, learning isn't one size fits all. That is something that cannot be fulfilled through the public school system. I'm appalled that our community is repeatedly targeted by the state. I believe it is an injustice to require us to answer to an agency incapable of handling their own workload, mismanaging cases of abuse, and has a reputation for falsely incriminating parents without due process. We are disappointed that this bill would require us to provide equivalent instruction to public schools. Does that mean we will have to teach our children only 50% of their reading level? Should we
summarize?
Please conform to the 30+ students who are illiterate in math? Should we stop our exploration of wonder, knowledge, and passion, and instead follow a curriculum that adheres to the child furthest behind? It has been reiterated in this hearing that HB 5468 is majorly flawed. It is an infringement on our constitutional rights. It violates FERPA. It is complete government overreach, and it adds overload to our already overwhelmed and failing systems. Vote no for HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who was with us today to make your voice heard. We appreciate your engagement. Thanks.
To adjourn, Madam Chair. So moved.